take your seats and ensure your phones are set to silent mode. We will be starting shortly.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to all of you. Let's begin today's evening. We meet today at a time when energy is more than just a sector. It is a story of collective progress, resilience, and purpose. And what better platform to celebrate that story than our very special initiative, Tata Power Sustainable is Attainable, in partnership with the News18 Network. When Tata Power launched Sustainable is Attainable, the idea was simple yet revolutionary: to make sustainability a people's movement. And in just 2 years, it has done exactly that. Season 1 of SIA was not just a campaign, it became a national conversation. From its launch in August 2022, in collaboration with News18 Network, the campaign sought to scale green adoption across India through multiple fronts: behavior change, education, media, and grassroots stories. The campaign emphasize that adopting green energy should not be intimidating. It can be accessible with small everyday steps. From rooftop solar installations to electric mobility pilots and energy-efficient homes, citizens began to see how their choices could shape India's energy narrative. And built on that very foundation, Sustainable is Attainable, in its second season, is carrying forward the spirit into institutions, communities, and industries. And this evening, as we come together under one roof, policymakers, diplomats, business leaders, innovators, and change makers, our goal is to imagine how India can lead the world's green transition, not just with scale, but with soul. As we celebrate the spirit of sustainability this evening, every detail around you tells a story of how culture, community, and conscious efforts and choices come together in our collective journey toward a sustainable future. Our SIA badge stands as a symbol of its shared commitment. Tap it to explore real-life stories of cohesive efforts and meaningful change from Tata Power's Sustainable is Attainable Season 2 journey so far. The elegant cufflinks that you have received are inspired by the sun and the solar panel, a reminder that just as we prepare to begin each new day, we should also be ready to embrace clean energy in our lives. They symbolize the spirit of champion sustainability, daily paving the way for a cleaner, greener tomorrow. On your tables, you will find Anokha treasures, which are very unique. Millet cookies from Ahmednagar, handcrafted tissue holders from Malwani, and handloom table runners and stoles from Delhi. Each lovingly made by women from Tata Power's Anokha Dhaga and Special Health Group Empowerment Initiative. And their craftsmanship, remember, is a living testament to how empowerment and sustainability can beautifully intertwine. To support the work of these enterprising women and place an order, simply scan the QR code on your table tent card. Now, these experiences remind us that sustainability isn't just something we see. It's something we feel, we share, we celebrate. Tonight, as we honor these very stories of purpose and progress, may we be inspired to continue this journey, hand in hand, toward a brighter, more sustainable future. Before we continue, let's take a moment to relive the journey that brought us all here. Here's a special film that captures the spirit of Tata Power's Sustainable is Attainable campaign and how it's inspiring millions to make green living a way of life.
The moment is not tomorrow, but the moment to act is today and now.
Round-the-clock electricity is important.
India has moved a lot in the clean energy space.
There were many benefits that we saw in Tata Power. We are saving almost around 14,000 units every year.
गांव में तो बहुत बदलाव आ गया है 24 घंटा वो बल्ब जलता रहता है.
It's a pioneering project for India. It's a very large-scale floating project.
The quality of power supply has improved in the state.
बिजनेस के लिए ये सोलर पैनल बहुत अच्छा है.
In the event of any kind of a catastrophe, I can still continue my operation, and that is what is business continuity.
From underground to overground to a substation on floor 44.
Expansion planning has to be very scientific.
What a powerful reminder of how far this movement has come, from sparking awareness to inspiring real change in homes, industries, and communities across the country. The Sustainable is Attainable journey shows us that when purpose meets participation, transformation truly begins. And now we turn our attention to one of the most important conversations of this evening, exploring how India's growth story itself is becoming greener, cleaner, and more future-ready. Our first session takes the conversation beyond borders, exploring how energy, diplomacy, green technology, and international partnerships are shaping a new world order. To moderate this session, may I please invite on stage Zaka Jacob, Managing Editor, CNN News18. And joining him on the panel, we have two distinguished guests whose countries have been global pioneers in renewable energy and sustainable innovation. Please join me in welcoming His Excellency Mr. Rasmus Christensen, Ambassador of Denmark to India, and Her Excellency Mrs. May-Aline Stenner, Ambassador of Norway to India.
Thank you very much, Griha. Ambassador Christensen, Ambassador Stenner, thank you very much for joining us in the Tata Power Sustainable is Attainable second season summit. We have two Scandinavian countries who are at the cutting edge, who are at the very forefront of green technology, clean technology, who are really leading examples in the world as to how to make the pivot from fossil fuels to renewables. So let me start with the ambassador from Denmark, where I'm not sure how many of you know this, but today 75% of Denmark's electricity comes from renewables, and the aim is to make it 100% green electricity by the end of the decade. Tell us, how can India take inspiration from the lessons in Denmark? What are the lessons that can be, transplanted from the example in your country to what we can do at scale here in India in terms of diversifying our energy portfolio?
Thank you so much, and first of all, thank you for inviting me to this event and the panel here. I think the topic is of course incredibly important, not least considering that we are, many of us will meet in Brazil shortly to discuss climate change, and energy is a very intrinsic part of that problem. So you ask me, what can India seek inspiration from in the Danish experience? I think India is already a front runner in many ways, not least when it comes to the deployment of solar, and India was also one of the first countries, along with Denmark, to put emphasis on wind energy. But I think the Danish story, really, where it can perhaps inspire others, is really, I would say, three things. Because when some people are a little skeptical about how fast you can transition your energy system, renewables, and there are basically three counter-arguments I always hear. The first being, it takes a long time, 50 years or more. The second argument is that, it's not really reliable, it's difficult to integrate because it's not stable, and then thirdly, it's too expensive. And I think the Danish experience really proves that all these three arguments are wrong. The first argument, that it takes a long time, I would point to the fact that if you go back just 25 years to, say, the year 2000, more than 90% of Denmark's electricity came from fossil fuels. It's only 25 years ago. And as you pointed out, now more than 70% of our electricity comes from renewables, and we will be beyond 100 in a few years, fully decarbonized. Number two, on the reliability, I think apart from Luxembourg, which is a very small country in Europe, Denmark has actually the highest sort of reliability in our electricity grid in Europe, so the fewest minutes or seconds of outage. So despite the fact that we have so much fluctuating energy from wind and solar, the energy system is quite stable. And of course, it also, with the current energy security issues we have in Europe, the fact that we have so much renewables also gives us a good position there. And thirdly, on the price, and that's of course fundamental and key, because all societies need to be able to provide affordable energy to its citizens. And yes, 25 years ago, when we started this journey, a lot of the renewables that we invested in required a lot of subsidies and were expensive. But today, they don't require subsidies anymore. They are not only competitive, but are also the cheaper solution. So at least in Denmark, by far the cheapest energy we can get is from wind. Next comes solar and other renewables. And only after that comes oil, gas, coal, etc. They are the more expensive solutions. And that, of course, comes from, decades of investment, innovation, the right policies, incentive structures, but then the costs have come down. And I think that's really key. And back to the point, I think those three things is something that could also inspire India. The difference is just that India needs to do this at scale, and it is already doing it. So I get great comfort in that, in fact.
Correct. Ambassador Stena, in terms of Norway, again, you've made the pivot to clean energy. And again, I'm not sure how much of our audience knows this, that 9 out of 10 units of electricity generated in Norway are generated from hydropower. Again, do you share the same experience as Denmark, that eventually now the cost of generation of clean electricity is much cheaper than from fossil fuels? Therefore, even from a cost perspective, it makes sense to have this pivot.
Definitely. Let me also start by saying thank you for inviting me to be here. It's a privilege, and also to congratulate you for having this discussion. It's a very important discussion, and it shows how different stakeholders with the lead of the business is coming together to discuss these really important issues. And also let me congratulate India, who has very ambitious goals in this area, and to install 80 gigawatts of hydropower before 2030. Norway really supports these goals, and as you were saying, our industrial adventure started actually over 100 years ago. So we have been running on hydropower internally in Norway for almost that time, and it's right that you were saying 90% of our electricity comes from hydro, and the rest 10% comes from wind. So we are actually 100% driven on clean energy internally in Norway. And that is, of course, also experiences that we would like to share. The Norwegian company Statkraft was the first company to invest in hydropower here in India 20 years ago. So they have also been part of constructing hydropower plants here in India and contributing to this journey by about 500 megawatt of electricity. So then also if India adds solar and wind power, you will have a very good start or a very good continuation of also this journey. I would just also like to say that I think here in India, as also my colleague Rasmus was saying, you have a very good start. You can build up the scale as good as we can. We would like to contribute, but I think also here it needs to you need to focus on the grid. The grid and the transmission lines also needs to be fit for purpose and fit for the renewable energy sources that are coming. Just lastly, let me also say that. We have a system, Norway and India together. We have something called the Task Force on Energy, where we are sharing our experiences with the Indian government, and the industry from both countries are also taking part.
Ambassador Christensen, recently Prime Minister Modi and his Danish counterpart, they had agreed to expanding the green strategic partnership between India and Denmark and focus more on green energy cooperation. What did they discuss, and how do you see this partnership evolving over the next many years?
Yeah, I think what we have a long-standing cooperation, and I think we'll now try to take it to the next level, double down, if you like, on the clean energy transition. I'll give you a couple of examples of focus areas. One, of course, being offshore wind. I think it's pretty clear with India's economic growth, you will need to dramatically increase your energy capacity in the years to come. No doubt about it, India has a right to develop, it should develop, and for that you will need energy. But the hope is that we can make sure that it's green and renewable, and for that you will need all the sustainable renewable energy sources that you can develop. Land-based wind, solar, biomass, biogas, but also offshore wind. India is already a pioneer when it comes to energy, to land-based wind, but offshore is new to India, and we're doing what we can to help develop it. So there's good wind resources both in Gujarat and Tamil Nadu, but it's also a complex industry. So there, hopefully, we can pass on some experience. Another area is clean fuels, hydrogen, where we are. I think both countries are co-creating and co-innovating together because it's also new to us, but it's an energy form we need to both deal with some of the hard-to-abate sectors. And one of the areas we cooperate on is, and I'm sure same goes for my Norwegian colleague here, is the maritime industry. Because both Denmark and Norway are big maritime nations, and our ships, big ocean-going vessels, will need clean fuels going forward. And one of the places where these shipping companies are looking towards in terms of sourcing those clean fuels will be India, and that we will cooperate on.
I also want to ask you, Ambassador Stena, India is just making its first steps towards switching to electric cars. We just had the entry of Tesla into India, but I believe in Norway, 9 out of 10 cars now that are being sold are electric vehicles. Again, what are the lessons that India can draw from Norway's experience to make this switch away from petrol and gasoline and diesel cars to electric vehicles?
Well, also in this area, I must congratulate India. I came here 2 years ago, just over 2 years ago. I didn't see a single electric car in the streets of Delhi. But when you walk around or drive around now, there are a lot of electric cars. There are also electric two-wheelers and three-wheelers. So the change is happening also quite quickly here in India. And I think that's a very good development. You are right. Now, 98% of new cars sold in Norway are electric. The goal was to have 100% new car sales by 2025. We are 2025 now, and we are at 98%, but only lacking 2%. I think still it's quite impressive, so I'm quite proud of that. But how did we get there? Of course, this does not happen just on its own and just overnight. I think it's important to set very clear national targets. We did that. We did that in a way that it created trust and confidence among both consumers and industry. And then thereby we were ensuring that all stakeholders could plan with quite certainty, particularly the industry, of course. And then it's important with financial incentives. We put the tax down for EVs. It was actually no tax for a while, and now it's gradually being brought in again. It was free or discounted tolls on the highways. We had reduced parking fees and also lower annual road taxes. So these are some of the incentives that we put into place and then proved very efficient. Third thing, and maybe the most important, is that we built up a nationwide network of charging stations so that everyone who had an electric vehicle could actually know that they could charge. And this was like a joint public partnership. It happened with the EV owners together with the government. And then now almost all of Norway, and it's also quite a vast country and with big distances, it's covered by charging stations, and which of course makes it much easier for everyone.
Ambassador Christensen, Copenhagen is usually cited as the success model when it comes to integrating sustainable mobility and integrating that with the cityscape and with the city architecture. Of course, no two cities are comparable, but when you look at a city like Delhi or a city like Mumbai, how can our cities take lessons from Copenhagen in terms of how we can integrate both mobility of people, increase the use of public transport, and how that can be fit into the cityscape and the city architecture?
Yeah, that's a really good question, and of course it's the reasons for, I guess, a very high livability of you find in Copenhagen and many of the other Nordic capitals are manifold. I think ultimately it comes down to, at least in Denmark, an ambition to make our cities livable and people-centric. And I think here comes an important point, because you can technically have a city that is sustainable from a, say, carbon perspective or a environmental perspective, but that's still not particularly livable. And I think the secret that many of the Nordic capitals have managed to sort of crack, or the problem we managed to crack, is to combine the two, so that we take humans first, and it's really about making a place nice to be, and that also encourages. As part of that, of course, you have environmental issues, and then comes a lot of technical solutions on transport, on how to handle waste, how to reproduce our energy, encourage energy efficiency, etc. So whether it's carbon footprint or pollution or other things. But it ultimately starts with making your city livable and people-centric.
So putting people first. I want to ask Ambassador Stena, in terms of, Norway has one of the largest sovereign wealth funds when it comes to, green capital, when it comes to investing in clean technology and transferring some of that technology to developing countries like India. Where do you see the greatest opportunity? I believe it's 1.8 trillion or something, the sovereign wealth fund. Where do you see in India, for example, the greatest opportunity that lies for Norwegian companies to partner, whether it's renewables, storage, hydrogen? The ambassador talked about hydrogen a moment ago. Or is it better grids, electric vehicles? Where is the scope for greatest convergence?
Well, there are a lot of promising areas for Norwegian investments and partnership here in India. And most people in this room probably know, but we had 2 weeks ago our trade and economic partnership with India and the EFTA countries entered into force on 1st October, and which also creates a very good basis for investments from Norwegian companies. And they are very interested in renewables, they are interested in gas, LNG, they're interested in the maritime industry, in shipping, aquaculture, and high-tech manufacturing. So there is a lot of areas that are interesting, and that would be a mix of institutional investors, government funds, private direct investments. You were mentioning the Norwegian Sovereign Wealth Fund.
Correct.
It's an independent fund that make independent decisions and independent investment decision. But they are an institutional investor. They invest in the stock market. So it's not foreign direct investment, but they are currently at the level of about 32 billion, meaning almost 2% of their investments in India, and it's growing along with India's growing economy. But I would also like to say that this sovereign wealth fund, they have quite strict guidelines, even though they're independent. They are started. It's the government money basically being used. And therefore they have quite these strict guidelines. For example, they cannot invest in coal. And that means that gradually their investments will shift into greener investments because of these guidelines. So that's very good. I would also like to mention we have a government fund called the Climate Investment Fund. They are investing also, actually most of their investments are in India because they are investing in those countries where they can have a bigger impact on the climate. So they are also investing in several companies in India, including those who are building up the grid, as I mentioned a little earlier.
Ambassador Christensen, you talked about people-centric solutions, putting people first. The Tata Power Sustainable is Attainable campaign is also about transforming sustainability into a collective mass movement, if you will. From Denmark's experience, how important, how critical is public participation in sort of bringing about behavioral change, in bringing about green technologies and the use of green technologies and making it into a national behavioral cycle? How important and how critical is it that it becomes a mass movement? What is required to make it into a national mass movement?
I think there's no doubt that public support, public participation is crucial for the success of the clean energy transition and in general the decarbonization efforts that our societies are undergoing. And without that, it would be incredibly difficult. So, and I think that support is very much there in Denmark. And how did that come about? I think politically, I'll mention a couple of things, but I think politically, I think it has helped a lot that there has been a bipartisan agreement since the 1990s about the journey. So even though we've had a change of government on the right side of this political spectrum or the left side, the changes has been minimal. Everybody has stuck to the course. So again, bipartisan support for the long-term goals. And the second point is exactly that, long-term goals and planning. So investors, everybody knows where we're heading. And I think those things have also helped garner more public support over time. But in the beginning, I think what was incredibly important for getting this public support, and perhaps also at the very local level, to avoid this so-called NIMBY syndrome. You don't want things in your backyard when it comes to solar panels or wind turbines, is that people often got a stake in those investments. So in the very beginning, we had a lot of experience with cooperatives, and many of the wind farms were owned by the people, so that they actually also got, let's say, money out of new forms of energy. Of course, that's a little more difficult today because when it comes to wind, for example, it's all offshore. It's industrial scale to the point where you cannot have small local people investors to come in. These are done at a, completely different level. But in the beginning, it was very important, and we still try. People are still generally quite involved. But I must say, one thing I think is important here is that it's not, behavioral change is not going to do it alone. And I think that's a bit, behavioral change is good, but we are not going to be able to decarbonize if it's just about individual responsibility, about not littering on the street and, remember to switch off the lights. That helps too, but you still need the societal, the transformation in all the sectors that can ultimately only be achieved politically. So I think for me, it's more a question of public support for the political changes that needs to happen more than it's the individual's responsibility, and that's going to carry this through, although that can also be important.
Ambassador Stenner, so India's made this ambitious target of 500 gigawatts of renewable energy by 2030. That's a huge and very ambitious target to set. And again, from the experience that Norway has had in shifting a bulk of your, whether it's electric vehicles, whether it is generation of electricity, much of it is now, large majority of it is now from clean sources. So again, when I come back to the campaign of Tata Power, Sustainable is Attainable, how does one turn this into a mass people's movement? Because you're not able to get to 500 gigawatts of clean, renewable energy capacity generation by the end of this decade if it's not driven by the people.
Well, I feel quite humble talking about these issues here in India. Norway and Denmark, we are not so big countries. I visited the Mahakumbh Mela in February, and on that day where I was there were more people at the Trivedi than combined in Norway. So you have many more people, and of course then more challenges. Norway is known for a high degree of trust between the people. I think that's important. It contributes to fair, transparent, inclusive approach that is important to create the trust to green transition. It's something to be inspired of. We have been also trying to ensure that workers are supported, that no region is left behind, and thereby that trust is created. It has also been very important in Norway to have a strong collaboration between government, industry, civil society. I also mentioned this when we talked about the EV story and how did we get there. And that kind of collaboration, I think, is important everywhere and can also be looked at here in India. I think, however, here in India, job creation, improvements of quality of life is important. The economic growth is very rapid here, and of course that has to happen, as also my Danish colleague said, but it has to be also done in a way that ensures that we don't destroy our planet and we also have somewhere to live and that the transition is green.
Ambassador Christensen, as we come to the concluding part of this discussion, this comes at a time when, world over, there seems to be a degree of skepticism about fighting climate change and climate change mitigation, etc. People are talking everything from going back into, regular vehicles, fossil fuel vehicles, to drill, baby, drill. How do countries like Denmark or Norway, convince countries like India or the rest of the world that at a time when there is a degree of skepticism about fighting climate change, moving towards renewable energy, and that there is a section of people who want to go back, how do you, keep the momentum and keep the charge alive when it comes to the shift towards greener energy?
I think it's very simple, in the sense that the only way forward is to ensure that renewables, the clean alternatives, are the cheapest and most reliable alternatives. And the only ones who can do that is the market. So we need the private sector, is already very much there, but to deliver the technological solutions and drive down the costs. And this is where India comes in, because what India can really do to the world when it comes to the renewable or the clean energy transition is exactly that. Because of its scale, and you've done that in so many other areas, and you're already doing it now when it comes to solar, for example. But all the other renewable technologies, I think with India's scale, we will see the same thing. Private sector comes in, investment comes in, costs are driven down, and therefore it becomes the cheapest, most affordable alternative. And if that's the case, you can have all kinds of ideological reasons for disliking it, but people will choose it. And then you have it. And that's what India can deliver to the world.
Final word, Ambassador Stenner. It's also a time when we're talking about digital tools and push towards artificial intelligence. How is that changing the clean energy business in terms of how we produce, how we store, how we distribute clean energy? From Norway's perspective, how can all of this new age technology, how can it make our energy systems more reliable, more affordable, as Ambassador Christensen said?
Well, let me also say we are going into to the next COP in Brazil next month, and these issues are really crucial, and they are crucial for the whole world. And you were mentioning developments that are going in the other direction, but I don't see that sense here in India. I don't see it in my own country, Norway. I have I've met many Indians in the last 2 years, but I haven't really met anyone who are denying that climate change is human induced. So I really believe that here there is a big ground and a big support for these developments, and there are a few examples that I could mention. For example, we have high tech and AI you were mentioning, but there are also some other developments. For example, we in June this year we opened up this Northern Lights projects in Norway, and that's the first open access CO2 transport and storage infrastructure. The Indian Minister Hardeep Singh Puri, he was one of the first foreign dignitaries to visit there in July, and also saw with his own eyes. And we had this big cement plant on the other side of the Norwegian coast, and they were taking this cement to this place on the west coast to actually then put that down in the sea. Very highly technological, so I might not be able to explain the details. But then actually that means that this cement plant can also be the world's first CO2-free or emission-free cement plant. So those kind of technologies, we need to look more for them, and we need to support them. And certainly I know that Norwegian industries and companies are willing to come to India with these technologies as well.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, can we have a round of applause for Ambassador May Ellen Stenner of Norway and Ambassador Rasmus Christensen of Denmark. Thank you very much for joining us in this first session at the Tata Power Sustainable is Attainable Summit. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellencies. Thank you, Zaka, for that very enriching conversation. I please request you to stay on stage for a token of appreciation. Your Excellencies, I request you to please stay on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for our distinguished guests. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time now to talk about how Make in India is being powered by Green in India. Please join me in welcoming Shri Alok Kumar, Additional Chief Secretary, Government of Uttar Pradesh, one of the country's senior most policy makers who brings both national perspective and on-ground experience of managing India's largest state, Uttar Pradesh. And moderating this session will be Shweta Punj, Editor, Policy Money Control. Over to you, Shweta.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
A very warm welcome to all of you once again to the Attainable is Sustainable Fest, the SIAFest. Thank you very much, Mr. Kumar, for being here.
Thank you, Shweta.
It's an absolute pleasure because just to give everyone an introduction once again about Mr. Kumar, he is one of the key officers who's taken on the mantle of driving UP's economy to become a $1 trillion economy. We also know it's the largest state in the country. Also, used to be one of India's most backward states, which has really worked hard to come up in the development space. And from being a power deficit state, now it is a power surplus state, which I think is a commendable, because I used to live in Noida earlier, and power cuts was a very common phenomena, but now not so anymore. So let me begin by asking you on this whole push towards renewable energy that we've seen in the last few years specifically. There have been a lot of schemes that have been designed by the center to encourage states to adopt renewable energy into their mix. So if you could take us through some of that on how is Uttar Pradesh adopting these schemes, and what is the mandate that you're getting from the center, the direction?
Yeah, so I think if you look at the central policies, there is a clear push once we committed that by 2070 we will go to zero emission levels. And we also committed some milestones along the path, and 2030 we said that we will achieve 50%. Now that 50% target of renewable energy was completed in 2025, 5 years ahead of schedule. And that is largely because Government of India is incentivizing renewable energy. They have come up with business models. They have come up with net metering, net billing kind of situations where it incentivizes private producers to supply to the grid and also earn from it. Then they have brought in a whole host of schemes like PM Kusum Yojana, which essentially converts the diesel pump-fired irrigation wells, tube wells, into solar pumps. Then there is a PM Surya Ghar Yojana in which households are incentivized to set up solar rooftop units so that a part of their energy needs can be met through solar. That scheme is being rolled out. And most recently, the Department of Heavy Industry, Ministry of Heavy Industries has come up with a scheme of ramping up charging infrastructure, because the key to the transition of vehicles from fossil fuel driven vehicles to green vehicles or EV vehicles will be the charging infrastructure. So these are the broad schemes which the government of India is handling, and many of those are being implemented in the state of UP.
Yeah, so let's talk about the state of UP. As of today, a big portion of the power infrastructure is around thermal, but we have seen a transition happening. So if you could take us through some of the key initiatives that the state of UP has implemented to ensure that there is more sustainability and people adopt, making it more inclusive. The sustainable power infrastructure, making it more inclusive also, I think, is a challenge.
So, broadly following the Government of India policy guidelines, I'm happy to share that we are doing 1.5 gigawatts capacity addition in solar every year on an annual basis.
Can we get a round of applause on that, please?
Currently, about 28,000 acres of land has been identified for development of solar parks. And we are working with both Government of India entities as well as private entities for setting up these solar farms which will produce solar energy. As of now, 430 megawatts are operational and 4130 megawatts are under various stages of construction. In addition, so this is one part, solar. So renewable comes in many forms. So this is as regards solar. Now, let us take the pump storage plants in which you use solar energy to pump up the water in the daytime, and in the nighttime when there is no sun available, that the same water is taken down a slope, and that is used to run the turbine to generate the electricity, so that the day-night dissonance doesn't happen. So I'm also happy to announce that at this point in time, 11 pump storage plants with a capacity of 12,350 megawatts have been sanctioned, and they are in various stages because it requires a lot of environmental clearance, so they are in the various stages of environmental clearance and all. The third form of energy that we are harvesting is the compressed biogas, which use agriculture waste and other such things to convert those into, parali is a big problem for all of us who live in this part of the country, and particularly in this particular season. So we have, as of now, 33 compressed biogas projects already functional, and 129 more are under construction. So in every district, we are ensuring that all the agricultural waste, which otherwise is burnt and that pollution is let into the atmosphere, is then converted into energy. And we have 33 plus 152 projects sanctioned. So overall, if you see whether it is the agricultural waste, whether it is the solar, or whether it is the pump storage, on all three fronts we are moving. There is also a green hydrogen mission which we are undertaking in partnership with Japanese. And if that technology we are able to commercialize, then we will be moving much faster down the path on the what you have labeled as sustainable is attainable.
Sustainable is attainable. So, if I personally, as a resident, if I want to install solar panels, or if I want to switch to a solar grid, how soon can I do that as a resident of UP?
This is very easy. You just need to apply in the PM Surya Ghar Yojana, but that is of a particular limit because that is about less than 100 units of electricity a month. So typically speaking, a middle-class household consumes much more than 100 units per month. So that is kind of lifeline consumption. So for that, you have these large-scale suppliers who are available, vendors who are available, who can install rooftop. It is a one-time capacity addition. It's a one-time capital cost. And over the period of time, the amount of energy which you save will pay for the capital investment. And in fact, if you see all our municipalities, the original lights which were much less efficient has now been replaced by efficient lights. And all of them have been funded through only the electricity savings on that. So there are various models which are available. And it is very easy for anybody. In fact, not only households, many of our industries.
Yeah.
So, for instance, there was in Sitapur there was an industry which was slightly Dari industry which was working, and even a small cut in the electricity would hamper their production processes.
Right.
All of them have now installed solar so that they can have a continuous production process. So it almost acts as a backup.
Do we have a percentage of the industry that's
as
switched
of
to
now,
solar?
we have 25% of our industrial consumption through the
solar.
To renewable. I would say renewable. It could be solar. It could be CBG. It could be any other thing. 25%. But the target, all India, we are 50%. So we have some ground to catch up with.
Right. No, I asked you that question because when we talk about sustainable is attainable, what's crucial is that regular people should be able to easily access the choice of switching to a renewable energy source. Just the way it's happening in automobiles now, it should happen to, it should happen in households as well. So is there a change that you're planning? Is there an incentive on the cards for residents of Uttar Pradesh that if they switch to a renewable energy source, they could be given certain incentives?
Yes, so we have a renewable energy policy which the government has formulated in 2022, which outlines the various kind of incentives that the people would get to move from fossil to renewable energy forms. We also have schemes like PM Kusum, which is solarization of the erstwhile diesel tube wells. PM Surya Ghar I have already mentioned. And we also have a subsidy on purchase of new vehicles which are running on renewable sources. So, for instance, EV or hybrid. And I am happy to tell you, every fourth EV vehicle that is on roads in India is from UP.
Sold from UP. That's right.
So
that's
one-fourth of so in 4 cars, the first 1 car will be in UP.
So where do we see the infrastructure for that? What are your plans for charging?
So that is in my mind, that is the single biggest bottleneck in scaling up at this point in time. We have at this point in time 950 charging stations that are functioning in UP, but for us
all of UP only 950.
Only 950 charging stations which are functioning, and that I think is something which needs to be addressed by the government. And as I mentioned, the Ministry of Heavy Industries has just now come up with a 2,000 crore plan where in the private-public partnership model, we will develop the charging infrastructure both along the highways and if possible also in the residential areas.
So what are the timelines and what are the numbers you're working with on this?
So I think we have the standard Government of India model which is available. By 2030, we have to do 50% of our overall requirement through renewables. And by 2070, we have to go to net zero.
No, I meant in terms of charging infrastructure. How much more can we expect, say, in the next 2 years?
That plan, because the scheme has just been announced, we are now, the Government of India is asking us to submit our own plans. And based on our plans, they will sanction the money to us. So those plans are on the drawing board, and we would very shortly, I think in a month or two, we'll be able to finalize our demands, because there are three things which are, in fact, multiple agencies are involved. So for instance, land, who will provide the land? Second, there is different so in some areas, municipalities have the jurisdiction. In some areas, local revenue authorities have the jurisdiction. In some area, you have along the expressways, you have the Expressway Industrial Development Authority, which is the agency. In some areas, it will be Industrial Development Authority. So there is a whole host of stakeholders to take care of. And then who will do the operations? So government typically are not very good at running businesses. So after you allot the land, you will have to have some private person install and then also create the electrical infrastructure to run those, because it's not like a petrol pump that you create a small, dig a small hole and, pour the petrol there. Here you will have to bring minimum 132 kV line to that particular point so that the charging station can work efficiently. And the other thing is that if you go and fill your car with a petrol, it takes less than 3 to 4 minutes, 5 minutes. Yeah. Charging, even with the best technologies that we are available, it takes about 35 minutes. So those are kind of things which we are grappling with. We are coming up with a plan, and hopefully we should be able to.
So any pilot project, Mr. Kumar? Maybe Noida could be your city where you'll test this out. Any pilot project that's planned? It's
not limited to any geography. As I said, we are taking all geographies, but in particular, we are taking our expressways because those are the areas, and the national highways, because those are the areas with a maximum amount of traffic. And then we are looking at the city areas where you create the charging infrastructure. So those are the two priorities.
So this is a high priority for the government of Uttar Pradesh to build EV infrastructure.
It is.
I'm also quite intrigued by the Yuva scheme that you have, which is also incentivizing young people into building renewable energy infrastructure. If you could talk a little bit more about that.
So let me first talk about CM Yuva, because that is a wider canvas, and then we will talk about how we are using that scheme to fund enterprises in the solarization business. So CM Yuva is a scheme which plans to generate 1 million new enterprises in the next 10 years. Now, you also mentioned, and it's a general common perception that UP is an agrarian state. It is agrarian state in a sense that almost 50% of the people are employed there. But we also have 10 million SMSEs, 1 crore MSMEs. And if you take 5 crore or 4.5 crore families, so every 5th household in UP is an enterprise in itself. And therefore, I would say that Uttar Pradesh is also an Udyam Pradesh, because every district has a skill. So Moradabad, you have brass; Firozabad, you have glass; Badaui, you have carpets; Aligarh, you have locks and hardware. Every single district of UP, and that we have branded it as a one district, one product scheme, and which is doing fairly well. So the challenge is for the young people to have business ideas, workable business ideas, and many times, even if they have ideas, they don't have access to the capital, because they don't have access to the formal lending mechanism as probably you and I have, because they don't have the CIBIL scores, they don't have a history, they don't have a history of digital transactions, and so on and so forth. So this scheme, CM Yuva, is targeting that segment of the youth. It is available to all young people between the age of 21 and 40. First-time enterprise. You can choose any business idea as long as it is a bankable idea. And the government provides you loan free of interest, free of guarantee, and there is a 10% margin money, so that if you borrow 5 lakh rupees, 50,000 will be paid by the government. You need to pay only 4.5 lakh rupees. Using this scheme and taking note of the fact that as solarization is increasing, the solar panels are being installed in every household, we are developing in every block of UP at least 2 or 3 entrepreneurs who are being trained to install and also maintain those solar devices. So that way we are generating, and because they lack access to the capital, Therefore, we are providing them these loans under this particular scheme. And there's a very, very, very good response to this scheme.
Fascinating. It's a very interesting idea to engage the youth and create employment and jobs. Very quickly, we are running out of time, Mr. Kumar. If you could share your vision for the state of Uttar Pradesh, and what would you like to see, Uttar Pradesh accomplish in the next 1 year? Something that you would be personally proud of.
You see, okay, let me give you some sense, because we sometimes seem to be consigned in the public opinion to being laggards or being a drag on the national economy. Let me just...
But that's changed now.
Just let me give you some statistics so that, and also for the wider audience here. In 2023-24, the annual survey of industries report is just out. We have 25% increase in the gross value added in 1 year. 25% year-on-year growth. Anybody can understand we are number 1 in the country. If you look at the number of factories added in that particular year, we have with 3,100 new factories added, we are again number 1 in the country. If you look at the additional employment created in the industries in that particular year, again we are the number 1 in the country. So what I'm trying to say is that because of the 4 pillars, and what I would say our work is resting on 4 pillars. One is security. People should feel safe investing in the state. Second, world-class infrastructure, whether it is highways, whether it is roads, whether it is electricity, whether it is airports, whether it is waterways, whether it is logistics. So that is the second. Third is very attractive investment climate. And fourth is good governance, ease of doing business. And on those 4 pillars, what I see on ground, in 2015, we were registering 500 factories, new factories every year. In 23-24, we have done 3,100. In 2025-26, I am quite confident we will do 6,000 new factories this year. So that is it is not only a growth, incremental growth, it is an exponential growth that we are seeing. And that also extends to solar cell manufacturing. So there is something that is happening that is stimulating the demand. I mean, we have 2 solar modules and solar cells manufacturers. Already we have given land, they have started construction. And at least 10 more are in the pipeline. So that would show you that there is, I mean, at least the investors feel, and they are voting with their money on it, that there is going to be an exponential rise in the demand of solar cells in India, and that is why they are putting up these plants. So what I mean to say is that the old image of UP now needs to be changed. We are moving, and we are moving at a very rapid pace.
That is indeed very encouraging to hear, because we work in UP. Our office is in Noida. Last question, which state do you see as your key competitor? Is there one state, are there multiple states that you're competing with?
You see, I mean, simply if you go by UP's scale, size, demographics, I don't see that we have much competition. If we were a separate country, we would be the 5th largest country in the world. So when we talk of UP should be seen more as a country rather than as a state. So what I'm trying to say is that there are advantages and there are disadvantages. For instance, we are landlocked. We are almost 2,000 kilometers from the port, whichever way you look at it. But so that is the game. A good player is one who plays with the cards that have been dealt with. So we are playing with the cards that we have been dealt with. And I think the way we are going, I see a lot of optimism. And in the next 5 years, you would see people, I mean, what I am recognizing, what I am seeing in front of my eyes will be a shared wisdom among everybody in this room and in the wider country.
Fantastic. Can we get a huge round of applause for Mr. Alok Kumar for spelling out a very, very lucid vision for the state of Uttar Pradesh. We wish you the very best in this nation-building exercise, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kumar and Shweta, for that very insightful conversation. I'd request Sir to please be on stage for a token of appreciation. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And now to take forward this evening of ideas and inspiration, it is my absolute privilege to invite a leader who has not only redefined what sustainability means for corporate India, but has also shown how purpose and performance can move together. Under his leadership, Tata Power has evolved from being one of India's oldest energy companies to one of its most future-ready, driving the country's clean energy transition through innovation, digitalization, and community partnerships. It has been, in fact, noted that he has been very, very instrumental in shaping the vision behind Sustainable is Attainable, turning it from a campaign into a nationwide movement that brings renewable energy closer to citizens, businesses, and institutions alike. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Dr. Praveer Sinha, CEO and Managing Director at Tata Power, to deliver the welcome address.
A very good evening to all of you. I extend a warm welcome to Mr. Santosh Sarangi, Secretary MNRE, and all our distinguished guests who are present over here. On behalf of Network 18 and Tata Power, it's my privilege to welcome you for this event. We gather here for the SIA festival, which is a celebration of Sustainable is Attainable. This movement stands for one simple truth: every small step that we take towards sustainability counts. And every individual has the power to make the difference. And that's why your presence is very, very important to carry forward this message. When Tata Power launched SIA in 2022, our goal was to make sustainability understandable, desirable, and attainable for every Indian. Our aim was to turn sustainability into a shared national aspiration. Building on that momentum, SIA Season.2 has taken the movement ahead towards unleashing the power of individual action. It is inspiring millions of people to adopt planet-friendly actions, install solar rooftops, embrace electric mobility, and choose energy-efficient practices. Today, we celebrate this journey from awareness to accountability and from inspiration to implementation. While we celebrate progress, we also reinforce our commitment and conviction towards the SIA movement. The year 2024 reminded us that all over again the urgency of climate action. It was the hottest year on record for India. India experienced extreme weather conditions on 329 of the 366 days, with floods, landslides, droughts, and very high temperatures impacting lives across the country. Considering India's large population and diverse climatic conditions, such events have a disproportionate impact on the country, with the Climate Risk Index 2025 rating India as the 6th most affected country in the world. Climate change is no longer a forecast. It is our lived reality. And the cost is measured not just in rupees, but in lives, livelihoods, and legacies. The Reserve Bank of India, in its report, estimates that nearly 4.5% of GDP could be at risk by 2030 due to productivity losses from heat and humidity. However, there is hope, and there is reason for this hope to move ahead collectively. 2024 has seen largest increase in renewable energy capacity addition to date, with nearly 30 gigawatt of capacity addition. And this growth in the total renewable power will have a great impact in the way the country progresses further to add capacities of clean energy. India is well and truly leading the energy transition with more than 200 gigawatt of clean energy capacity and renewables contributing more than 40% of our total energy mix, which should become more than 50% in next few years. More than 20 lakh households have adopted rooftop solar under the PM Surya Ghar program. And similarly, in the mobility sector, we find that this is also transforming rapidly, with more than 1.5 million EVs hitting the roads in FY25, marking a 50% year-on-year growth. This momentum will continue as the International Energy Agency projects India to become the second largest growth market for renewables by 2030, with capacity expected to rise more than 2.5 times from its present number. However, no nation can fight climate change alone. We need participation and we need partnerships that transcends borders. India can serve as a bridge between the global south and the global north, ensuring ambition is matched by equity. As the world prepares for COP30 in Brazil, the right enablers and accelerators, including financing, technology, and capacity building, needs to be created. India is ready not merely as a participant, but as an active player in global collectivism. When we act for clean energy at home, we act for climate justice worldwide. As energy providers, we are conscious that we are also timekeepers of the planet, and it's our responsibility to bring the change. Our choices today will shape the world, and our children will inherit a better world. Within this challenge lies our greatest opportunity to rebuild better, rethink faster, and reimagine the systems that sustain life. Electricity has become the new currency of inclusion. True energy democracy means that clean power beyond metros in semi-urban areas, villages, and whole of rural India. Every solar rooftop, every electric vehicle, every windmill, every microgrid adds momentum. Adoption is not an afterthought. It is our insurance policy for the future of our planet, our environment, and our very existence. India's clean energy transformation is being strengthened by progressive policies such as the PLI scheme of the government and the ALMM scheme of the government, which is reinforcing Atmanirbhar Bharat. This is supported by capital commitments to match. In the Union Budget 2025, the financial allocation for green energy has seen a surge of more than 50%. Tata Power aligns with these shifts, and our 4.3 gigawatt solar cell and module manufacturing plant in Tamil Nadu, powered by more than 80% women workforce, embodies both Make in India and Empower India. Our portfolio, which stretches across the power value, is driving the change at the macro as well as at the micro level, from utility-scale solar and wind plants to investments in hydropower plants, pumped hydro, and solar rooftops to microgrids, which will empower the citizens at the grassroots level. This transformation is also enabled by technology and our belief in its capability as an equalizing force. A smarter, more resilient, and locally adaptive grid is essential because that will evolve in customer services of a smart grid and a smart consumer services. AI, machine learning, and IoT are enabling smarter grids, advanced batteries, and hydrogen. And all these are coming together to ensure clean, round-the-clock power to all, in cities as well as in villages. Technology drives this transition, and it is our people who really lead it and make it reality. That is why green skilling is a national imperative, and Tata Power has been taking a lead in this by creating very structured programs right across the country by setting up the Tata Power Skill Development Institute, as well as providing training to lakhs of students in various parts of the country. We feel blessed that we are at the right time to create the changes and transformation in clean energy. And we feel that renewable energy is poised for huge transformation in the coming years. I would like to once again thank the MNRE Secretary. Mr. Alok Kumar spoke about the changes that UP is making, and similarly such changes are being seen in other states also. We work in many states in the country, and we see that this change of clean energy is something which is right across the country in each and every area. We feel that energy efficiency, energy efficient products, services, and clean units of energy will help us to produce better and much smarter and much one stronger energy system for the country. In this effort, huge amount of energy literacy has to be done, and our programs of running these energy literacy programs in schools in various parts of the country is enabling our youth to participate and partner in the transformation. At Tata Power, we believe that what is good for the country and good for the society is good for us. And that's where we are preparing ourselves for next 100 years to bring about not only clean energy, but affordable energy to all. Our journey of powering growth is powering through a responsibility to our nation, to our people, and to our planet. Every generation is remembered for the change and transformation they bring. For us, this is an opportunity to participate in the transformation in a big way. And that's where it is important that the partnership that we have started with Network 18, as well as with the government, should be carried forward by everyone, and it should be done collectively. Our collective action requires that there should be no complacency, but there should be a rededication of ourselves in bringing the change. Collectively and individually, we feel that all of you can have the power to change, and you can really make sustainable is attainable. To that extent, I once again thank all of you and request all of you to partner with us in this transformation journey that we have started. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sinha. Thank you so much for that powerful and purpose-driven message. Your words remind us that the tradition and transition of clean energy is not only about technology, it's also about trust, inclusivity, and imagination. From powering homes to powering hope, Tata Power's journey embodies the idea that sustainability must touch every life, every livelihood, and every corner of this country. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, our next session brings us an exclusive one-on-one conversation with one of the most important voices shaping that journey. A leader who has been instrumental in steering India's renewable energy mission with vision, pace, and precision. To moderate this session, may I please request Parikshit Luthra, Senior Editor, CNBC TV 18, to join us on stage. And please also extend a warm welcome to Shri Santosh Kumar Sarangi, Secretary, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, who will share his insights on powering progress, the next chapter of Bharat's renewable journey. Welcome, sir.
Thank you so much, Griha, for that introduction, and welcome everyone to the SIAFest Sustainable is Attainable. This is, of course, a major event in the Network 18 calendar. We've been committed to this for the past many years, and we thank Tata Power for constantly partnering with us as well. Let me kick this conversation off with the Secretary. for the Department of New and Renewable Energy, Mr. Santosh Sarangi. Sir, thank you very much, first of all, for being with us. Today, the question of energy transition at a time when there is geopolitical uncertainty, there are challenges and volatility related to energy supply chains, there are weaponization of resources taking place globally. I think focus on renewable energy is all the more important. Could you give us a sense of where we are with our renewable energy targets? We had a target of 500 gigawatts of renewable energy capacity by 2030. Where have we reached? And what do you think will be some of the milestones we'll achieve in this fiscal year?
Thank you. As far as the renewable energy trajectory is concerned, we are well on course to achieve about 500 gigawatt of non-fossil fuel-based installation of energy by 2030. But what is more important from India's point of view is an understanding that sustainability initiatives are traditionally considered to be having huge trade-offs, to be having huge cost burden. But what India has proved in its journey is that sustainability initiatives and clean energy transitions are not mutually exclusive but mutually inclusive. We have proved over a period of time that clean energy transition can be cost efficient, and with the kind of prices that we have seen in solar energy, in wind energy, and in a variety of mixes of energy, clean energy, through FDRE, through round-the-clock supply, through solar, wind hybrid, it only goes on to prove that if you have the commitment, if you have speed, scale, and the right kind of commitment, then it's possible to convert sustainability initiatives into big opportunities, and that is what India has been showing. And recent IRENA report also asserts the same thing, that China and India, irrespective of what is going on in the rest part of the world, have actually shown great leadership in this energy transition, and that is something that we must all appreciate.
Sir, you spoke about China, and that makes one think about the ongoing US-China trade war. And with the latest round of export controls being announced by China, the fear is there might be more dumping in India. Just today, earlier in the day, the DGFT has notified the mandatory monitoring system for import of key components in the renewable energy space. Could you give us the significance of this, and what exactly are we targeting with this?
The renewable energy import monitoring system tries to monitor the kind of imports which are coming into our country, how much of cells, how much of modules, and for what purpose. Because as you would have seen, that over a period of time, our domestic manufacturing of modules and cells have gone up exponentially. So in this context, the government has come up with domestic content requirement for government schemes. Similarly, advanced list of models and manufacturers for solar modules and solar cells. So in this context, we expect that solar installations which are coming up in our country are using more and more domestically manufactured goods. And only a few of the old tenders have been provided with grandfathering options. So in this context, it is all the more important to monitor what kind of modules, cells are coming into our country, whether they are satisfying the BIS norms, whether they are satisfying the standards and certification system which are required for this. So this is the purpose behind our import monitoring system, and we would continue to closely monitor the imports in this regard.
Right. Also, in terms of building domestic capabilities, there have been a number of schemes which have been launched by the Government of India to incentivize local manufacturing. What's the next big push that we can expect in terms of creating the ecosystem for greater solar module, cell manufacturing in India, making sure the entire supply chain of renewable energy components is here in India?
Well, the big push, of course, is going to come up through offtake and higher demand for solar modules, solar panels. So in this context, the schemes play a very significant but not a very large role in the offtake. The larger role is in terms of the utility scale storage, the demand of the C&I consumers, and in future, the green hydrogen manufacturing units will consume huge quantities of green energy. So domestic demand is going to grow exponentially, and that is what is going to drive the manufacturing push in our country. And these will grow not because these are a compulsion or a green energy transition compulsion, but because the prices have come to a point where they can stand on their own feet and they can drive up the demand for these products. So our manufacturing of solar modules and wind turbines are only going to grow, and we have Mr. Sinha from Tata Power who have already set up module and cell manufacturing units. We are looking at big players to also get into the upstream of this value chain in setting up ingot and wafer manufacturing and polysilicon manufacturing unit. And we are foreseeing a great future for manufacturing within the country.
Okay, so likely, are there more PLI schemes or similar schemes likely, or you feel that demand itself will create the right opportunity?
Demand will of course create, but as far as industry consultation with regard to the various supports which are required for industry is concerned, the PLI could be only one form of support, but there are a variety of other forms of policy and institutional support which is also provided to the industry. I spoke of domestic content requirement in government schemes. There is also the ALMM, Advanced List of Models and Manufacturers, which has come up for both modules as well as cells. We have also come out with ALMM for wind manufacturers and wind energy components. In addition, the standard set by BIS also lays down and ensures that low quality and inferior goods do not enter the territory of India. So through a variety of interventions, both in terms of fiscal incentives as well as through policy support, we have backed our manufacturers, and I will hope that the manufacturers remain assured of the government's backing and will continue to manufacture at very competitive prices.
Right. Now, speaking about the PM Surya Ghar Muft Bijli Yojana, now this is a major scheme that was announced in the union budget. It is a priority for the Prime Minister and the Government of India. What we learned, sir, from the most recent reports, that 13% of the target has been met, 4.9 gigawatt of rooftop solar capacity has been set up. Could you give us a sense of what are you looking to do in terms of achieving targets in this fiscal year, also increasing and speeding up the implementation of the program?
The target under PM Surya Ghar, which is the largest rooftop solarization program in the world, is about 1 crore households. Out of this 1 crore, we have already covered 20 lakh households until now. And in the current financial year, I am hopeful of adding another 10 lakh households. So that would take it to about 30 lakh households. In addition to a variety of initiatives like having an end-to-end digital portal, waiving off the net metering arrangements, waiving off a lot of charges which are charged by discoms, waiving off the approval process up to 10 kilowatt. We have also allowed states to take up PM Surya Ghar household rooftop solarization on a utility-led aggregation model. So what utility-led aggregation model suggests is that those poorer households who may be requiring only 1 to 2 kilowatt of installation but may not have the wherewithal to spend the money upfront and get the subsidy subsequently, there the utility or the state government comes forward in meeting the cost upfront. The person concerned or the household may have to spend only 5 to 10,000 on his own, but the rest will be borne either by the state government or by the utility. And once the subsidy is refunded by Government of India, and wherever the state governments are topping up, they will refund. The balance will be recovered over a period of time from the household through the monthly bills. So that's a very innovative model to cover poorer households. And until now, we have sanctioned 16.5 lakh households. And that will expedite the implementation. Odisha, Assam, Andhra Pradesh, a lot of union territories have availed of this scheme, and we have been getting more and more requests for this. So utility-led aggregation model is also going to give a fillip to faster implementation of PM Surya Ghar. And we hope that by the end of next year, in addition to 30 lakh households in the current year, we should be able to cover more than 40 lakh households in the next financial year.
All right. In terms of the next big push or the next big frontier that you would be working on, what would be an indication that you could give our audience? You've spoken about wind energy, you've spoken about solar, we are yet to speak about storage. But as far as the focus of the government in the next union budget is concerned, is there any recommendation, sir, that's gone from your side?
There are a lot of schemes which are coming to a close as this is the last year of the Finance Commission cycle. So PM Kusum, which is again one of the largest farm solarization activity, is coming to an end. So we will obviously go back to the government with a proposal for renewal of PM Kusum. Similarly, small hydropowers have huge potential in Himalayan states as well as many northeastern states. So some kind of a proposal for small hydro projects. Similarly, a variety of initiatives for green hydrogen manufacturing and the support, as well as offtake and demand of green hydrogen and its derivatives. So these are many areas on which we will be going to the government, but eventually through a stakeholder consultation, through mutual discussion with ministries, a final call will be taken. But as far as the wish list is concerned, it's unlimited.
The wish list is very long. You always have to prioritize, don't you, sir? Now, with storage costs having fallen by almost 60% in 2 years, how is MNRE, your ministry, planning to scale battery storage integrated with solar and wind and ensure renewable energy is both reliable and available round the clock?
So with the decline in battery storage costs, one of the biggest beneficiaries is our RE power, because the variability and intermittency of RE power and the fact that solar energy is available only for about 7 to 8 hours in a daytime, that was raising big challenge with regard to grid stability and managing so much of generation during the daytime. But with battery storage, now it's possible to meet the peak demand requirement of DISCOMs by charging them during the daytime and discharging during the peak demand period. So RE is going to be one of the biggest beneficiaries, and considering this, a 43 gigawatt hours battery installation has been provided with VGF by the government, and the tender process is underway. And you know that there is a 50 gigawatt capacity creation under PLI, which has been floated by MHI, Ministry of Heavy Industries. And that is going to give a boost to battery manufacturing in the country. Apart from those who have availed it under PLI, I see a lot of other players who are getting into both battery pack as well as battery cell manufacturing. And in another 2 to 3 years, I foresee a huge capacity addition of batteries in our country, and this is only going to support RE in a big way.
Right. Now, sir, we've seen a strong offtake of electric vehicles in the country. We're yet to see whether we'll achieve that target of 30% electrification across the board by 2030. Having said that, what are some of the other technologies that we can expect the government to push? The National Green Hydrogen Mission was launched a few years back. Could you give us a sense of which will be some of the technologies that the government, that the ministry will bet on in the next 5 to 6 years? We always hear that the government will be technology agnostic. We'll go with the market demand. We'll support everything which helps us achieve our net zero goals. But if you could outline a few more technologies that you'd like to focus on.
So talking of green hydrogen, fuel cell technology is an area in which huge research is going on. There are many automobile giants who are getting into this, whether it is Toyota, whether it is BMW, whether it is Daimler-Benz, all of them are investing huge resources in proving technologies which are cost effective and which can make these vehicles run at equal efficiency. So Daimler-Benz has now proven technologies where they can use hydrogen to power fully loaded trucks and lorries at equal efficiency. Similarly, BMWs, Toyotas, Hondas, all of them are investing huge resources. So I see green hydrogen as also an alternative to the EV battery system in future. And in addition to that, both in shipping as well as in aircrafts, sustainable aviation fuels and use of methanol are also going to make huge differences, and they will only help to decarbonize these particular sectors.
So, many of you in the audience may be aware that Mr. Sarangi was earlier the DGFT, the Director General of Foreign Trade, and he was responsible for overseeing our imports, our exports, and any notifications that were necessary to check dumping of items as well. Sir, what I would like to ask you, in the current atmosphere, when we're looking at weaponization of natural resources, including export controls being implemented by China on a wide variety of rare earths, a wide variety of elements used in lithium-ion batteries, what would be your advice to the industry today? You've got a whole lot of startups, MSME players, large players here in the audience, and those watching us who would be looking at the India story very closely. But if you had to give them some advice to double down on domestic manufacturing, plug their vulnerabilities, what would those be, sir?
Well, I will only remind the words of our Honorable Prime Minister, who keeps saying that there is no substitution through Atmanirbharta. So self-reliance is something on which we should bet hugely, and whether it is research or design development or technology, are areas in which I'll expect our startups to invest hugely, both in terms of resources and efforts-wise. But there is no substitution to self-reliance. So especially in areas which are technology dependent, whether it is green energy, whether it is automobiles, whether it is electronic products, whether it is mobile phones, in all of these areas, we need to be self-reliant, and to that extent, developing and supporting indigenous manufacturing, indigenous technology is something which will have to be pursued with greater vigor.
All right. Thank you very much for that very important message, Mr. Sarangi. And ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sarangi. Thank you so much, Parikshit, for that very insightful conversation. Sir, I'd request you to please be on stage for a token of appreciation. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, sir. Now, I'm sure many of you have noticed the Anokha Dhaga treasures in your table, the millet cookies, and the handcrafted tissue holders, the beautiful table runners and stools. I'm sure you've had a look at it. Now, all of these have been created by women from Tata Power's initiative, Anokha Dhaga self-help groups. Women who are weaving empowerment and sustainability together, thread by thread. Now, if you haven't yet, do take a moment to scan the QR code on your table to know their stories and support their work. Moving on to our next session, beyond green, how technology, AI, and digital innovation are shaping the sustainable future. From artificial intelligence and digital grids, from data analytics to predictive systems. Technology is now at the center of how we generate, we distribute, and consume energy. To moderate this session, I'd like to invite back on stage CNBC TV 18's Parikshit Luthra. And please join me in welcoming our distinguished panelists, Sujit Nair, co-creator, Beacon Protocol, Anvesha Thakkar, partner and national lead Clean Energy, KPMG India, and Pradeep Singhvi, executive director in Energy and Climate, Grant Thornton. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for our panelists.
Ladies and gentlemen, we all know how UPI has revolutionized the payment systems in the country. With a click of a button, you make your payments and move on. Perhaps that's what we need to do when it comes to availability and access to renewable energy. And we've got possibly three of the best experts in the field for you to decode this. Let me begin with Sujit Nair, the co-creator of Beacon Protocol. Ladies and gentlemen, Beacon Protocol is literally the backbone of ONDC, which many of you would be familiar with. And Sujit, let me begin by asking you, today, when we speak about renewable energy, everybody knows that this is something we need to focus on. But how do we ensure easier access? And how could the example of ONDC may be extended to the energy sector?
Sure. Well, thank you, firstly, for inviting me and being part of this fascinating session. I think the earlier sessions and interactions were quite enriching and enlightening for me personally. Now, talking about ONDC and UPI and why am I here with Beacon Protocol talking about what we think is an opportunity of a lifetime with the energy transition that we as a humanity are looking at. I think a couple of things. Of course, UPI is very different, energy is very different, although people say that energy is the next UPI. The comparison is not literal, but I think it's the larger transformational sense of what we could achieve with the larger idea behind some of these efforts called the digital public infrastructure. And I can specifically recall how UPI sort of as a moment, I mean, in my own personal experience, I've seen it take off. It was not, for example, we did not think about UPI as a faster way of doing card payments, like a faster Visa or a faster MasterCard. It was a completely new thing. And it came from a recognition of the fact that for a scale like India, and for the opportunity it offers for the society and the economy of India, you think that is there a very clear, visible abundance that's on the anvil, it's imminent. And for UPI, that was the ubiquitous unlock of mobile phones over the last decade. And people in the early 2009-10 thought that, okay, smartphones would be something which has been nice and expensive. Not everybody can afford it, but literally you see mobile phones everywhere. And then the other abundance was data. India went from 1 GB per capita consumption per month to 1 GB per capita consumption per day. Of course, we lost lots of IPL and other things online, but the fact that this abundance created a new way of looking at new things. And that new way of looking at new things is possibly a mindset and a way of thinking and an approach I see for what we think is the impact aperture we have in the field of energy, with especially what you heard from Mr. Secretary and the previous speakers about what can renewables do, the rapid solarization, the rooftops, and the emerging abundance of batteries because of the massive cost curve declines. I think there's an opportunity to rethink of a new way of accessing energy, clean, accessible, affordable energy en masse, and also make us, as passive consumers of electricity, we probably come alive only to pay the bill at the end of the month in some sense while recognizing energy, but be an active participant in shaping the energy transition as everybody is, not just for the utility companies and governments and the fiscal incentives and the PLI schemes, but also put, just like how UPI is not just a population scale technology, but almost a population scale habit, can we make that sort of a habitual, conscious effort from masses to adopt and accelerate the energy transition? So that's the way of thinking. Of course, if you have to do it at scale, digital is important. But what India has taught in the last 15 years of the digital transformation with DPI is that ideas like UPI fundamentally saying it's not just about digitization of one organization or the other organization in silos, but you need to have common rails. With UPI, you could have many UPI apps, work with many banks to get you the bank account that you may have, or several bank accounts you have in multiple places to do it. With ONDC, a merchant can offer their goods and services on multiple platforms without having to be on each of those platforms individually and be naturally discoverable on an open network and make it available. A taxi driver or Namayatri auto rickshaw driver on ONDC does not have to pay any commission to be discoverable and find rights. So this way of democratizing access will accelerate the adoption. We have seen that many a times, and I think that's an opportunity that's for us to sort of harness in the next 5 years and the opportunity ahead with this way of thinking. And that's where I see the parallel between what we do with digital public infrastructure, be it commerce or payments. I see a very similar potential opportunity here in energy.
Very interesting, Sujit. Just imagine, ladies and gentlemen, UPI literally as a platform which has given birth to so many payment startups in the country. Maybe something we'll see getting replicated in the energy sector as well. Anvesha, if I were to ask you, how do you think we can speed up our transition to green energy and perhaps also integrate our larger vision? You know, when we think about renewable energy right now, you know, you've got renewable energy sources, you've got green hydrogen, you've got electric vehicle batteries, you've got the Surya Ghar Yojana. How do you integrate it all on one platform?
No, I think that's a very relevant and pertinent point. Now, if I look at the renewable energy story of India, you know, we're roughly somewhere around halfway to our targets for 2030. Now, the first, it's been like a marathon, right? The first half of the marathon, you just start running. And if you want to finish the marathon, there has to be a lot of planning and strategy and intent behind it. And it takes an enormous effort. So I think this is where the rubber is actually going to hit the road, right? There has to be a lot of planning that needs to be there to take, you know, not only the renewable energy story forward and to ensure traction over there, but as you said, integrate all the various, you know, flows and energy forms that's going to be there, whether it's green hydrogen, whether it is rooftop, whether there is bidirectional flows, you know, of power. So I think if I were to kind of take a step back and say that what does India need to focus on, first and foremost is planning, okay, an integrated planning, all right, which takes into account all the flows in the system, all the energy sources in the system, and looks at it in a very comprehensive manner. And in a way, the government recognizes this, and, you know, it has brought all the you know, ministries together into making a consolidated vision for India's energy sector for 2047. Making sure that there's integration. But I think it has to go down to a planning level, which is more modeling oriented and has very, very kind of firm, you know, analysis behind it, which shows the pathways that India should follow. And at an implementation level, you know, I mean, we've often talked about this, but I cannot emphasize enough the importance of transmission, making sure that that is there to support the Indian story. And while we have, you know, we have plans to build out almost 191,000 you know, circuit kilometers, which roughly translates into 18,000 to 20,000 per year. We are somewhere at half of that currently. So that's not keeping pace. And yet we have a lot of transmission lines that are underutilized, you know, at about 30%. So why? Planning, again, right? Are you actually building the flexibility in your planning and make sure that it's following the pathways of demand and renewables? Storage, again, I feel, in my personal opinion, that while India is looking at storage in a big way, have we got the model right? We are looking at it at the developer end, at the generation end, but is that the best way to optimize it? Should it be looked at the utility end, where the storage can be used for multiple purposes and for integrating various needs and bringing system stability as well, which can also optimize, you know, the storage coming in. Likewise, the policy certainty, that has to be there. We cannot not know what's going to happen on the banking side. We cannot not know, what's happening on open access side, so I think all of these things have to come together, okay, for India to actually continue over there. And financing, of course, as well, has to come in, because as you said, you're looking at a lot of new forms of energy where maybe the comfort is not there of financiers. So how do we get financing into new technologies as well is something that we'll need to solve for.
Very important points by Sujit and Anvesha. Importance of innovation, importance of planning, importance of funding. Let me ask Pradeep Singhvi now. Pradeep, when it comes to the indications that foreign investors will be looking at in India, and as Anvesha was talking about, there are lots of niche technologies, new renewable energy technologies that we need to work on for the future, but we're not certain whether there will be demand. Electric vehicle is not a new technology. The Reva was launched in early 2000s, but it took almost 20-25 years for EVs to become popular. It was just a car ahead of its time. So what are the kind of signals that investors would like to see in India?
Great. Thanks for having me here. So let me put a very simple truth. India is no longer a promising country for the green investment, but we have proved it. And how we have proved it, and with the numbers. So in last decade, we have received, I think, multi-billion investment in the green energy sector, in renewable energy, in energy storage, and which is around 70 billion US dollar. So it is possible because of our forward-looking approach of our policymakers and their vision. So India has a country of potential of $10 trillion to achieve the net zero by 2070. And it is only possible because of aggressive policy, proper policy, and transparency. So for this thing, we have like National Action Plan on Climate Change, Green Hydrogen Mission. Everything is in place, I think so. And we have given a very consistent and clear signal to the investor by allowing FDI 100% in renewable energy. And if I am not wrong, in today's news, India already approved 49% FDI limit in the nuclear energy to achieve 100 gigawatt target by 2047. So these things are very clear and consistent signals which we are giving to the investors. And there are the other few initiatives, like one thing is renewable consumption obligation. So India has recently notified the framework in September 2025. It's a single compliance framework to monitor the renewable consumption obligation in the designated or obligated entities. And this time they have covered 3 types of entities. One is DISCOMs, second is open access, third is designated consumers who has the captive power plants. And so this is very important, and the target is 43% renewable consumption obligation by 2030, which aligns with our national mission to achieve 50% from the renewable energy. And it will be helpful to achieve the net zero target also. And this time they have provided great fungibility and flexibility also. They have provided corporate level compliance if there are multiple entities under one holding companies. Another initiative, I think the buzzing word is Indian carbon market, and everybody knows. And I think it will unlock, if I'm not wrong, it's a 200 billion investment opportunity by 2030. But for this thing, we should have a proper framework, should have clear rules for the penalties and verification, MRVs, proper registry. So, and another initiative India has taken and just notified the Draft Electricity Amendment Act, which is also in September 25. And this time, this act is not talking about only the regulatory. In act, they have included storage, renewable energy, and other things like compensation, tariff, and all these things. So I think we are giving the very clear and consistent signal to the investor. And three things is required for the investors also, like scale, stability, and speed. And we are giving all these three things with proper intention to achieve the net zero and decarbonization on our hard-to-abate sectors.
You know, one question that I may ask you on carbon markets. Currently, the EU does not have a carve-out, but I think if we have our carbon markets, our exporters will still benefit and may find a way out of it. What do you think? Are we going to see some clarity on carbon markets from the Indian government soon?
Yes, definitely. So I think Indian government already notified the intensity target also for the large consumers, and this time they have given next 2 years target, and they need to reduce their emission intensity. And the baseline year is 2023-24, and already the baseline study is already done. And based on these studies, so it's a unit-wise studies, not sector-wise studies. So based on these studies, Government of India already provided the target, and we are towards the developing the online portal for the carbon market also, and rules, regulations, everything is in place. It's I think launching is required, and maybe few limited things are pending. So, but it is upcoming thing. Yeah.
All right. Sujit, if I were to ask you about how does one build confidence in digital energy networks and the role of AI over there?
Sure. Now, I think one of the most important things we have learned with any digital transformation, if you have to do it at population scale, of course, the first thing is India has demonstrated this multiple times, whether it's UPI, FASTag, the GST, and a whole lot of other efforts, is that, why open architecture and frameworks using open standards, open protocols, does bring in that sense of transparency and clarity, and also makes anybody study, evaluate, and contribute to it. It's been a great example in many ways in how that has brought scale. It also brings trust and confidence if you do it at scale by asking what works at scale rather than scaling what works. India has been doing this differently by doing what works at scale and demonstrating that this thing is stable and reliable at scale. Talk about UPI, talk about FASTag, the things have been scaling at exponential scale. Last month we did 330 million FASTag transactions, UPI is 20 billion. So it's been scaling, and it gives that confidence that this can work at that scale. I think one of the things, of course, AI definitely adds value, especially when it comes to trust and safety and security. The AI doesn't have fatigue, it doesn't have stress, it can constantly do all the anomaly detections, fault protections, and all of that. Of course, AI in turn has to be reliable and safe to be deployed in that way, so there is a need for human in the sort of loop approach with AI. But increasingly, I think the cost differentials with what more reliable reasoning without any bias can do to do anomaly detection, especially for grid stability and all of that, is of value. So there's no doubt about doing that. I think the confidence, I would probably want to read the question on confidence a little bit more than just system reliability and safety. It's all about confidence to the ecosystem to want to be, building something on top of it. And I think the previous secretary, discussion with the secretary did highlight to the fact that we are doing a lot more to accelerate solarization with the Surya Ghar Yojana and all of that. And I think one of the things that we can definitely do, definitely the fantastic work that has happened, is to also see how can we make it faster in the hands of consumers. So, one of the things, I can go to any white goods appliance and buy a television store, and somebody is just offering me a faster credit to buy a bigger TV, even if I didn't plan one, and get it installed. If solar has to seep into the social consciousness and behavior, we can definitely find ways to seamlessly integrate subsidy provisioning from net metering check and permissioning to loan provider and meters actually saying that you've actually installed the meter and did not buy livestock from that money. All of that cross-industry coordination, which is a huge cost. And that's where technologies like the DPI framework, a little bit of AI, can convert that coordination cost into coordination dividends, which means that you can make it much faster, accessible, and do it at scale. That spurs confidence not just to consumers to actually apply faster and get this, but also gives confidence to the investors, to the financing providers, and a whole lot of skilled workers who want to actually say, oh, is this a viable job opportunity for me to maintain solar because everybody is buying solar? So it creates a flywheel effect around that, and that's where open architecture, DPI thinking sort of builds that confidence by design.
All right, thanks Sujit. Let me now get in Anvesha once again. Anvesha, how do you think we can use digital technologies, artificial intelligence to forecast demand of renewable energy and also optimize costs? Make sure we are giving reliable solutions and at the most, at the lowest cost possible to the consumer across the country.
No, I think, you know, the main use cases, I would say, although there are about 200 plus levers, honestly, that renewable energy companies can adopt. But, you know, we talk to clients almost every day and we have to present the ROI, analysis at the end of the day if they want to look at it. And I think the top solution over there is forecasting. And why? Because it's a direct impact on the top line and the bottom line. If your forecast is off, you get penalized from a deviation settlement, under the deviation settlement mechanism, and the penalties can be pretty huge. So, but then there the solution has to progress much beyond just weather data to be able to, weather data to be able to just forecast your renewables. And now it's progressing to even looking at cloud covers, right? So there are sky cams, etc., that are coming, which can actually look at the cloud movement and predict it and go down to the granular level, because you need to now, forecast in shorter and shorter kind of a time period. So there's a lot of progress. And even as I speak, the amount of techniques and AI/ML interventions that are going on forecasting is huge. Again, on the operation side, the predictive maintenance is a big one, where AI can come in for early fault detection, using, drones and analytics on top of it to see hotspots, and prevent equipment breakdown. So we've seen that AI, ML solutions and digital solutions can improve uptime by almost 10-15% of equipment, right? And reduce maintenance costs by almost, say, 10 to 20% over there. So these are some of the absolute low-hanging fruits where, there are technologies today which, offer a ready ROI of 1 year, 1 to 2 years payback, which are being looked at and being adopted by companies.
All right, those are important points. Let me get you in, Pradeep. When it comes to scaling up renewable energy across the country, renewable energy solutions across the country, making them available in remotest corners of India as well, what is the role of digital innovation, AI, that you see there? What do we need to do for this scale-up exercise and maybe become a net exporter of clean energy as well in a big way?
So I think for the scaling up of renewable energy in remotest area and what is the role, so like India, during the COVID, we have seen there's a lot of issues in the collection for the discoms. So, but we have taken the very right step and we have implemented the smart metering solutions in few of the discoms, and they have collected properly during the COVID also. So I think AI and the technology, digital technology is very much important, and by using these, if we implement the ambitious smart metering initiative of Government of India of I think 25 crore of smart meters by 2028, and we have implemented I think 3.2 or something, 3.5 crore smart meters in India. So in this initiative also the digital and AI is very important, and by using the lot of data we can gather from the smart meter and which help in designing the proper solution for the demand response. So if we analyze the data properly and create a proper demand response plan, so we can avoid the peak load also, and we can manage the high cost power during the peak hours also. So that is another important thing. And one more thing, using the digital technologies, the smart pole can be a very good initiative, and we can give a lot of essential services using the smart poles like street lighting, Wi-Fi, CCTV, and other services like weather monitoring and flood monitoring and air sensors. So like essential services for the citizens also. So it will be helpful to create a resilient and smart and sustainable cities in India. So I think the AI and digital are very important to scale up these things.
All right. Sajid, you spoke about the unified energy interface and about the India energy stack as well. How can power companies leverage this unified energy interface and make green energy billing, trading seamless for an end user?
Yes, I think as we heard, there's massive digitization efforts that are happening by the utilities. Of course, Tata Power will definitely be one of the pioneers in India. We have several other utilities building capacity aggressively on digitization. Smart meters is definitely one aspect of them. There are a whole lot of other assets that are getting digitized, well monitored, looking at data. But I think the reality that we are seeing as a country and as a world is that a lot more of these assets will be sort of outside of the observability and control of a utility. For example, you have 1 crore rooftops coming up. You have batteries going to come which connected to the inverter. EVs are going to come and charge. So one of the things that I think we see idea like a UEI particularly is to say how do we equip utilities to have a greater observability of assets beyond their realm, beyond their zone of observability, and make sure they factor that, whether you talked about forecasting, predictability, any sort of unscheduled generation that's coming in. How do you actually coordinate that? And how do you have a better coordinated planning? That's one. We also alluded to how we can do demand flexibility and demand response with AI, especially with this paper that we wrote called Digital Energy Grid with IEA, which is a paper, a vision paper. We talked about why you need unified digital rails for energy. We have shown that with AI and DG, you can actually build an agentic grid with a human in the loop, which allows users and the utility to have local feeder level grid congestions mitigated dynamically with an AI support with a human supervision built in. So all of this require open rails and protocols. So utilities can definitely look forward to the India energy stack, prescriptions around what kind of open protocols that can cater to multiple purposes, and also find ways to build their capacities around these protocols for their effective cost of investment in technology to go down and offer more capability to deploy solutions like AI on top, but as a more foundational level, just reduce the coordination cost of movement of information, signal, movement of any sort of value or exchange between coordination of any sort of control and dispatchability. It just eases that burden on utilities, and that's what IES intends to offer. I think the designs are in the works, but looking forward to seeing what comes out. Yeah.
All right, Anvesha, now my final set of questions to our panelists. If you had one wish list for the union budget and the government to do something that will really speed up our energy transition, what would that be?
I think where we lack and where I think a lot of effort is needed, well, government is trying to look at everything, is research, R&D. If we don't get our upstream right, and if we don't get a dominance on technology, I think we are not going to be anywhere in the race, going forward in energy transition. I'll tell you a case in point on the power of research, and in fact, using AI, it has become so much easier. University of Toronto was doing research on electrolyzer catalyst, right? And using AI, they were able to run 36,000 different compounds, and were able to analyze it to figure out one compound in about a few days, which has 20% more durability and stability for electrolyzer use. Now, if that had to be done through human interventions, 36,000 different compounds in analysis, imagine the time it has to take. So I feel that AI has democratized research. And if there was one thing that I would want the Indian government to focus on is R&D in a very big way, not just peripheral. Yeah.
Yes, they have operationalized that 1 lakh crore R&D fund, but we are yet to see how it flows to technologies and startups which are working on cutting-edge technology for the future, especially in deep tech sector. Pradeep, final thoughts. One thing that the government could do which would really give an impetus to the renewable energy sector, new companies coming up, and make investors take bolder bets.
So I think the government should, to achieve this net zero target and whatever the decarbonization of hard to abate sector, my wish would be, government should be very quickly, they should launch the CCUS mission. Why? Because the carbon capture, utilization and storage, maybe it is a very technical term, but it can't be ignored. If you want to achieve, then the CCUS is the mandatory part, and it is like, means we are cleaning our house every day and we are piling up the dust in the corner. It is good thing that your home is clean, but it is piling up. So you are removing means you are doing the energy efficiency, renewable energy, green hydrogen, everything you are doing. But end of the day, if you want to achieve net zero target, and so the storage is the essential part, and I think India can do a lot of things in the CCUS, and it is a must thing. So, and there's a lot of companies and the investors can do good thing in the CCUS part also, and which is, I think, we need to take a step right forward for this thing.
All right. Final thoughts, Sujit. One thing which you feel that policymakers must do.
No, absolutely. I think on top of the excellent work we are doing and also the cost curve decline we are seeing with technologies, India, with right use of digital and technology and the larger DPI pioneering leadership we have shown, I think we can reduce another 15 to 20% of that cost if we can put the existing assets utilized better. And I'll give you one pithy example to tell you this. If you were to take a school bus, it has if an electric school bus, as part of electrification, it has a 400 kilowatt hour battery. It does only 2 runs a day. Most of the time it's lying idle, either charging or doing that. And we have similar such buses lying idle in most of our bus depots. The fact that it's a costly asset today and it's lying idle can actually light up the nearby local street lamps by making it discoverable, accessible, and use that capacity for somebody else to store energy or generate energy for local usage. So you can get more out of the investments you're making by actually driving asset utilizations better. So how do we get more out of what we already have rather than depending on imports? By doing more of what we can in terms of asset utilization, I think that's a framework that I think we should think about, and some of the work we are doing probably can enable that, but we need to get the leadership to be looking at it more seriously.
Fantastic, ladies and gentlemen. Sujit, Anvesha, Pradeep, thank you very much for joining us. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for our experts here.
Thank you so much for that fascinating conversation. I'd please request our distinguished panelists to stay on stage for a token of appreciation. Thank you so much for that. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, we have a very special discussion with the change makers who are lighting the path forward, proving that one person's conviction can inspire collective transformation. Please join me in welcoming 4 remarkable individuals who are each redefining what it means to act for the planet. Please put your hands together for Akash Ranisan, climate activist and author. Ramveer Tamar, a renowned water conservationist. Dr. Gurleen Kaur, who pioneers innovation in across solar PV value chain. And Shubhra Thakur, Country Director, India LDES Council. Thank you so much for joining me here. Please have a seat. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. These are the young change makers, the pioneers of change here. So there's low ladies first happening on the stage. We begin with equality and we believe in equality. So I'll begin with you, Akash, since you're sitting right next to me. Akash Rani son. You've adopted that surname.
Yes, I did.
Queen's son. Why?
Rather than adopted, I took it back to where it belongs, because in India, every surname comes from your father's family. 2015, I was cycling from Chennai to Bangalore, and I asked myself a question, whatever my name is, why it is. I could answer why my name is Akash, freedom, sky, wide open, no limit. And earlier, my surname was Mishra, but I'm a single parent child. My mom did everything for me. And your name is your identity. Rather than calling me Mishra ji ka beta, everybody addressed me as Rani ka beta. And I said, this is my name, this is my identity. And I really love Piyush Pandey, so I said I should rebrand myself. And I renamed myself to Akash Rani's son, because that's who I am. And my mom did everything for me, so she is my identity, so I changed my name on all the documents.
That's really beautiful. And trust me, I was going somewhere with that question. You fought a barrier. You decided not to get defined by identities of caste. And that was your first activism. So tell me, what has been the barrier here when you decided to become a climate crusader? You call yourself a climate optimist and not an activist. So apologies for that introduction. It's a climate optimist. Why? Why not activism?
Because nothing wrong happened to me ever in life. Like, for example, I never lost my house in a flood or nothing. I just love nature. And whatever you love, you protect. And that's where I come from. I love nature, so I protect it. So I don't have any sad story to share that, okay, back in that year, I lost my house or anything happened. And that's why I decided I should fight it. I mean, I just love nature, and that's why I should fight for saving it. That's why optimism.
Ramveer, आपकी जर्नी भी बहुत ही ज़्यादा खुशगवार तो रही नहीं है, डिफ़िकल्ट है, FIRs वगैरह से भी गुजरे हैं आप. ज़रा अपनी कहानी के बारे में बताइए. जो वाटर कंजर्वेशन का आपका सपना है, 80 पॉन्ड्स को आपने रिवाइव किया है, रिस्टोर किया है. इट्स नॉट रिस्ट्रिक्टेड टू वन स्टेट. गुजरात तक पहुंच गए हैं आप, लेकिन आसान नहीं रही है ये जर्नी. तो वो बैरियर्स का कैसे सामना किया आपने?
बिल्कुल आसान तो देखिए, मेरे क्या सामने बैठे हुए किसी भी दर्शक की जर्नी आसान नहीं होगी अगर लोग यहाँ तक पहुँचे हैं तो. बाकी मेरा काम है हमारे गांव, शहर और कस्बों के जो पुराने तालाब थे, जिन्हें हम जोहड़ कहते हैं, पोखर कहते हैं, और सभी की मुझे लग रहा है अधिकांश लोगों की यादें, बचपन की यादें उन तालाबों के साथ जुड़ी होंगी. कोई नहाया होगा, किसी ने उन्हें सुंदर देखा होगा, लेकिन सबकी तरह मैंने भी उन्हें मरते हुए देखा है. मैंने उन्हें तालाब से कूड़े घर में कन्वर्ट होते हुए देखा है. और इसीलिए मैंने सोचा था कि अगर मैं अपनी लाइफ में एक भी तालाब को वापस से रेस्टोर कर पाऊँगा तो मेरे लिए शायद बड़ा अचीवमेंट होगा. लेकिन ईश्वर ने साथ दिया, लोगों ने सपोर्ट किया, कॉरपोरेट्स ने सपोर्ट किया, और एक नहीं, दो नहीं, हम 100 से ज़्यादा तालाब अभी तक पूरे देश भर में रेस्टोर कर चुके हैं. और इसके लिए खुद हमारे ऑनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने मन की बात में ही वन डे सडनली सेड कि ही शुड बी नोन एज पॉन्ड मैन ऑफ इंडिया. सो आफ्टर दैट नॉट ओनली इन इंडिया बट our work have been published in more than 20 countries till now, and I'm known as Pond Man of India. Not only me, but मेरे साथ जितने भी लोग हैं जो तालाबों के लिए काम कर रहे हैं, कीचड़ भरे, गंदगी भरे तालाबों में घुस रहे हैं, उन्हें साफ कर रहे हैं, वो सारे लोग पॉन्ड मैन हैं. और ये बहुत सारे चैलेंजेस से गुजरते हैं, इन्फेक्शन से गुजरते हैं, लोगों के विरोध से गुजरते हैं, गालियों से गुजरते हैं, FIR से गुजरते हैं. क्योंकि आज की डेट में तालाब मतलब सरकारी प्रॉपर्टी, और जो सरकारी है वो सबकी है, और जब सबकी होती है तो सब उसको साफ करने के बजाय सब उसको कब्जाने के लिए सोचते हैं. तो इसीलिए तालाबों के लिए जब हम काम करते हैं तो बहुत विरोध भी झेलना पड़ता है, और कई बार सरकारी कार्रवाई भी झेलनी पड़ती है.
कैसी कार्रवाई झेलनी पड़ी इसके बारे में हम बात करेंगे थोड़ी देर में. गुरलीन, what has been your journey and the barrier that you have fought? We're talking about solar solutions, solar in farming, solar as far as water is concerned. But is it that easy to achieve across the country? Because one of our first panelists had the Norwegian ambassador join us, and she was talking about how the country has been at it for hundreds of years. That is how long it took for Scandinavia. Where does India stand?
Thank you for the question. When you're asking about barriers, I think I would like to answer that in two ways. First aspect, when we as a country talk about barriers for solar adoption, I think we have really been running a marathon and winning it at another level. This is the first thing I want to say. I remember when I was in my undergrad, I was writing SOPs where I would say 80% of people still don't have access to electricity. And that narrative changed in the next 5 years while I was doing my PhD. From Jawaharlal Nehru National Solar Mission to we as India acing every target for solar energy adoption that we have set. So that's the first part. The second question, when we're talking about an internal barrier, I would like to talk about women in tech. So I'm glad you mentioned that we have equality on stage, but then you won't find so much equality or even equity in terms of women in top leadership positions, even in tech nowadays. And the story is same everywhere across the board, be it Europe, be it South Asia, or even in US. During my PhD, in a lab of 40, there were only 2 women. When I went for my postdoc, the story didn't change. And it was after 15 years of living abroad, it was only last year I moved back to India. Even in my office, there are only 2 women tech. And I'm proud to say that right now at ISA, we have this technology roadmap and policy unit. It is an all-women's team. Led by
round
women,
of applause for that.
Having women. So that's how you spread a ripple and keep spreading the change. And it is not only our doing, it is also doing of our leadership, our management, who are giving us this space for women to come up and lead along with basically all genders. I don't want to segregate anyone. We're all for equitability. But yes, there are challenges at every end.
That ripple effect certainly is here on the stage. We don't have a lopsided panel. It is 2-2. Shubhra, your story, your barrier, long-term energy solutions. First of all, what are that? Because we keep talking about solar and wind. वो सूरज से हमें मिल जाएगा, हमें पानी से मिल जाएगा. But what is this long-term solution that one talks about?
Sure. So first of all, let me begin by thanking Tata Power for being such an integral part of my professional journey, because when I started my professional journey some 2 decades ago, the very first projects I did in advocacy and education around energy conservation, energy efficiency were majorly for some corporates, including Tata Power. So I remember those days, and here is, just traversing some 2 decades, and we see I'm in the energy sector talking about a very novel sort of topic, which is long duration energy storage. A subject which is very close to my heart and I am extremely committed to in the entire sustainable development journey that many countries and at individual levels we want to really pursue. So my story has been quite simple. I think since the beginning I was really driven to do my bit on sustainability, whether it is in the energy sector or other sectors. I've also worked in healthcare for about a decade or so, and I've tried to contribute to major indicators when it comes to improving the health conditions of people in India. Having said that, I will now just, I would want to introduce long duration energy storage as a topic first, because I think very less is known about what long duration energy storage really is. So there's a global organization called the Long Duration Energy Storage Council, which was launched in COP26 with a pledge to contribute in terms of storage for the clean energy transition across the globe. I lead the council in India, and we have a commitment to really tip the scale when it comes to clean energy transition, and also looking at how true economic and social development can come by through cleaner energy sources, and looking at how renewables can be utilized better. So there are 4 major categories in long duration energy storage. We talk of storage that is 8+ hours in terms of both storing energy and also in one go dispensing of energy. So that would go from 8 hours to 100 hours to multi-day storage to months and seasons as well. The very first category is the electrochemical one, where you have all the batteries, lithium ion included, but there's also many other battery technologies based on principles of zinc, iron, vanadium, and many on the aqueous flow materials, which are now being used and fast commercializing across countries. Then we have something called as mechanical energy storage, where you have compressed air, compressed carbon dioxide, liquid air storage. Also pump storage falls in this category. We're also seeing developments in the area of gravity-based storage, which is also said to be moving towards commercialization now. The third category, very importantly, is thermal energy storage, which are all your technologies that convert renewables or energy sources to heat or cold that can be utilized for either grid-side usage or industrial processes. And these are technologies which actually power industrial decarbonization, because they can provide for high temperature and critical heat levels that are used in steel, aluminum, major food processing, and so on. So a big role on both the grid side and the industrial decarbonization is where long duration energy storage plays a role. And then last but not the least, you have the chemical energy storage within this, which is your molecules, hydrogen, derivatives, ammonia, and so on, which usually goes into days to seasonal storage as well. So the point here is that even as a country, when we're moving miles in terms of adding renewable capacity, we've already achieved the target of 500 gigawatt of adding renewables. In terms of the installed capacity, there's going to be many more renewable projects come up till 2030. And when that happens, we really have to think whether our grid is supportive enough to absorb that energy and provide it, where it is required. And that is where the big role of long duration energy storage comes in, because it can really act on both sides. When the renewables are on the upside, which is there's greater renewable energy generation there, and also where there is lower renewable energy generation. So when there's greater generation, these systems, which are the long duration energy storage systems, can absorb energy from where it is produced and store it for a time when the renewable generation is very low, or there are other issues related to transmission or grid, and provide energy also in a decentralized way.
So the way you have explained this to us also makes many believe that it can only be done at a government level or at a big company level. Is that a myth?
So because, solar or wind energy, let's say, is generated in big plants, which are put up by companies at the state level, and that energy is transmitted, of course, through the entire transmission infrastructure that we have. But it is not just limited to, let's say, that only governments or companies can play a role. In terms of programs like the rooftop solar, for example, so there could be technologies that, communities or people can use, wherein, let's say, even when they have like rooftop solar or the PM Kusum, and those could be integrated with the storage technologies that can be stored and then, integrated to the grid. So there can be like a reverse system also happening of providing energy to the grid. And that's where the role of, let's say, communities and people comes in. So it's not just like a one-way, route. It could be a dual way as well.
Absolutely. Yeah. Thank you so much for that. Now back to the climate optimist. I see that you are here with your book, which you have traveled with through the world. World leaders have had a chance to look at the book, possibly read it also. The 20,000 kilometer hitchhiking, was it to take this world book around the world?
No, not really. That 20,000 plus kilometer hitchhiking was to reach to a point to realize what should I be working on. Was more of a journey to really realize who am I and what do I really want to do. Once I wrote the book, then the next journey began, which is more than 20,000 kilometers, where I'm trying to go to all the world leaders across and talk about climate change and negotiate with them that how we can fix what we have destroyed.
Even the book is sustainable, I'm told.
Yes, so this is India's first carbon neutral book. Whatever money I as an author make, 100% goes back to charity, so we can make it carbon neutral. And it's printed on using vegetable ink on recycled paper.
Wow. रामवीर, बात करते हैं अब आपकी उस जर्नी की जिसकी आप बात कर रहे थे, जिससे थाने के दर्शन भी हो गए थे ऑलमोस्ट. आप बहुत ग्रास रूट्स पे काम करते हैं. जो पुशबैक्स होते हैं, बहुत सारे लोग जो आपने बताया कि सरकारी ज़मीन को अपना समझते हैं, उस पर बहुत ज़्यादा एनक्रोचमेंट होती है, जिसकी वजह से हमारी वाटर बॉडीज़ सबसे ज़्यादा, वो कहते हैं ना कि दे आर बेयरिंग द ब्रंट, वो डिप्लीट होती जा रही हैं. आपसे मैं बताना चाहूँगी हमारे दर्शकों को कि आपसे मेरी मुलाकात हुई थी 2022 में, एंड इट वॉज विंटर टाइम, एंड ही हैड रिस्टोर्ड अ वाटर बॉडी वेरी क्लोज टू बिस्रक इन ग्रेटर नोएडा, एंड the temperature around that water body had cooled down by 2 to 3 degrees. And we're talking about a winter afternoon. So that is the difference, and that is the kind of climate shocks that these water bodies also, in fact, go ahead and take in. And that is why they are even more important. And that's possibly what your journey is also about, Ramveer. किस तरह के pushbacks का सामना करना पड़ता है आपको जब आप एक बहुत ही ऐसे इलाके में काम करते हैं जहाँ पे गांव वालों का ज़्यादा दबदबा है, उनका एक तौर तरीका है, किस तरह के चार्जेस से आपका सामना हुआ है, उसके बारे में बताइए.
बिल्कुल, देखिए, जब भी सबसे पहले तो कोई भी वाटर बॉडी रिजुवनेट करते हैं तो सबसे पहले तो उन लोगों का सामना करना होता है जो उसको एंक्रोच करने के लिए पूरा प्लान कर चुके हैं, या जिन्होंने अभी आधा तालाब कब्जा कर लिया है. और आप ये लाइव एग्जाम्पल देखेंगे बेंगलुरु में, गुरुग्राम में, चेन्नई में, हैदराबाद में अप्रॉक्स 50 to 60% तालाब वाटर बॉडीज ऐसे हैं जो अंडर एंक्रोचमेंट है. और ये आज उसी का नतीजा है. जैसे ही थोड़ी सी बारिश होती है, सबसे पहले पूरा गुड़गांव तालाब बन जाता है ना, पूरा चेन्नई तालाब बन जाता है. क्योंकि जहाँ पे तालाब थे, जिनको हम लेक सिटी कहते थे, वहाँ पे आज एक कंक्रीट सिटी बन गई है वो. और ये गुड़गांव का तो एग्जाम्पल हमने इस साल भी देखा था, पिछले साल भी देखा था. और ख़ुद अभी एक मीडिया हाउस ने और कुछ IIT, IIMs ने रिसर्च किया था गुरुग्राम के बारे में कि जो इतना ट्रैफिक लगता है या बारिश में उतना वाटर लॉगिंग हो जाता है, उसका क्या रीज़न है. तो रिजल्ट उसका यही निकल के आया था कि जो बड़ी वाटर बॉडीज़ थी, नेचुरल वाटर बॉडीज़ थी, वो सब पे या तो कब्जा हो गया है या उसमें ऑलरेडी पूरा सिल्ट भर गया है, गार्बेज भर गया है. दैट मीन्स उनकी वाटर होल्डिंग कैपेसिटी पूरी ख़त्म हो गई है. अब पानी जो लेक में जाना चाहिए था वो उसी सोसाइटी में भर रहा है जो उसके जगह पे बनी हुई है. और फनी थिंग है कि आप चाहे नोएडा, गुड़गांव ये सब देखिए, यहाँ पे सोसाइटीज़ के नाम, बिल्डिंग्स के नाम बहुत आपको सुंदर मिलेंगे. लेकवुड सोसाइटी, ग्रीन सोसाइटी, फॉरेस्ट सोसाइटी, है ना, ये सारी सोसाइटीज़ के नाम ऐसे ही है. अगर किसी का फॉरेस्ट सोसाइटी, आपको 10-15 सोसाइटी मिल जाएंगे जिनका नाम फॉरेस्ट व्यू सोसाइटी है, जिनका नाम लेकवुड सोसाइटी है. सबके ऐसे फैंसी नेम है. अगर किसी का लेक व्यू या लेकवुड सोसाइटी है तो समझ जाओ उसने लेक पे कब्जा करके बनाई है वो, है ना. किसी का फॉरेस्ट सोसाइटी है तो मतलब वहाँ से फॉरेस्ट काट के एक सोसाइटी बनाई गई है. उनका रियल मतलब तो ये है सारी सोसाइटीज़ का. और जहाँ तक चैलेंज है कि जो लोग अगर गुड़गांव में अगर एक लेक 10 एकड़ की है जिसने उस पर पूरा कब्जा कर लिया, तो इसका मतलब उसका 100-200 करोड़ रुपए का काम हो गया है ना. और वो हम जैसे लोगों को हटाने के लिए, वहाँ से रोकने के लिए, रेस्टोर करने के लिए कुछ भी कर सकते हैं, है ना. बेरोजगारी ये है कि आराम से आदमी 100 रुपये में मर्डर करने को तैयार है, तो उनके पास तो 10-10 हज़ार करोड़ रुपए हैं. तो वो जो है हमें कुछ भी करके रोकने को कोशिश करते हैं. दूसरी चीज़ चैलेंज ये है कि एक स्किल्ड मैन पावर की बहुत ज़रूरत होती है इसे रेस्टोर करने के लिए. अभी जो जिस तालाब पे आप गई थी आज से 2-3-4 साल पहले, वो लेक की कहानी ये थी कि वहाँ पे कोई भी जानवर, चाहे वो गाय हो, भैंस हो, नील गाय हो, वो जो भी उस लेक की तरफ जाता था कभी वापस नहीं आता था, क्योंकि ऊपर तो पूरा एल्गी है, वाटर हायसिंथ है, उस तरह के वीड्स हैं, लेकिन उसके नीचे पूरा दलदल बन गया है। कचरे में जब वो लगातार पानी जाता रहता है तो एक सिलज टाइप की बन जाती है उसके नीचे, और वो घास खाने के लिए उधर जाते हैं और उसी में फंस के वो मर जाते हैं। जब हमने वो रेस्टोर किया, कम से कम उसके अंदर 150 कंकाल निकले, है ना, जो आई कैन नॉट टेल कि वो किस चीज़ के थे, लेकिन गाँव में हमेशा एक अंधविश्वास हो गया था कि भाई इस तरफ तालाब की तरफ नहीं जाना है, क्योंकि हमारी एक बार गाय गई थी, नहीं आई वापस, 1-2 बार बच्चों के साथ ऐसा हुआ, तो वो अंधविश्वास में कन्वर्ट हो गया था कि भाई इस तालाब में कुछ तो ऐसी अनहोनी है या ऐसी कोई शक्ति है जो इसको खींच लेती है। लेकिन जब हमने वापस पूरा रेस्टोर किया, कचरा निकाला, पानी निकाला, सिल्ट निकाली, अब आप देखेंगी, आपके पास कभी भी कोई भी जाके देख सकता है। मैं जब से यहाँ पे हूँ, मुझे कम से कम 4-5 लोगों ने आके बताया अभी तक कि सर हमने आपके तालाब देखे हैं, तो कोई भी जाके देख सकता है। उसी तालाब में बच्चे भी नहाते हैं गर्मी के दिनों में, उसी तालाब में भैंस भी नहाती है, गाय भी पानी पी के जाती है, और पेड़ से ऊपर चढ़ के बंदर भी छलांग मारते रहते हैं। तो अंधविश्वास भी खत्म हो गया, प्लस जिन प्रॉपर्टीज की कीमत, जिन प्लॉट्स की कीमत उसके सामने तालाब के आसपास कोई खरीदने को तैयार नहीं था, या 10,000 रुपए स्क्वायर मीटर मिल रही थी, आज वो 1 लाख रुपए स्क्वायर मीटर बेच रहे हैं अपने प्लॉट। तो तालाब सिर्फ वाटर नहीं बचाता है, लोगों को करोड़ों रुपए भी देता है।
वाकई में लेक व्यू हो गया आपकी वजह से।
यस यस यस। तो ऐसे लोग ऑल्दो उन लोगों ने उतना सपोर्ट नहीं किया, उन लोगों ने तो उल्टा विरोध किया जिनके प्रॉपर्टी के रेट बढ़ गए हैं। लेकिन आज मैं कई बार उसके 1-2 आसपास बिल्डरों के बिल्डिंग बननी शुरू हुई है, मैं वहाँ पे जाता हूँ, वो बच्चे ब्रोशर लेके खड़े रहते हैं, है ना, तो मैं उनसे पूछता हूँ कि भाई क्या रेट है। तो अभी मैंने पूछा तो एक ने बताया कि भाई साहब इधर जो है वो 50 लाख का है फ्लैट और उधर वो 80 लाख रुपए का है। तो मैंने कहा इतना डिफरेंस क्यों है? तो कह रहे हैं सर उधर हम आपको लेक व्यू पे अपार्टमेंट दे रहे हैं, है ना। तो काम हमने किया है, लेकिन पर फ्लैट 80 लाख रुपए उनको, 20-30 लाख रुपए उनको बचे हैं। तो ये जो हम सस्टेनेबिलिटी की बात कर रहे हैं, जो हम एनवायरनमेंट की बात कर रहे हैं, तो हम सिर्फ तालाब या पेड़ लगाने से एनवायरनमेंट या ऑक्सीजन नहीं आती है, पूरा समाज सस्टेनेबल होता है। और सस्टेनेबिलिटी का मतलब यही है कि जैसे हमने इन तालाबों को एंजॉय किया है, हमने तैरना सीखा है, हमने उनके आसपास बैठ के ठंडी हवा ली है, नेक्स्ट जनरेशन को भी छोड़ दें, उस नेक्स्ट जनरेशन के लिए भी उन तालाबों को उस लायक छोड़ दें कि वो भी बैठ के ठंडी हवा लें, उनके बच्चे भी वहाँ पे तैरें। अदरवाइज तो कंक्रीट के स्विमिंग पूल्स में ही तैर के रहना पड़ेगा। मैं खुद अपने बच्चों को बताता हूँ ना, जब कि मैंने तालाब में बेटा तैरना सीखा है, तो मेरे बच्चे तो बोलते हैं पापा तुम बहुत फेंकते हो, है ना, क्योंकि उनको विश्वास, उन्होंने कभी देखे नहीं है वैसे तालाब भी होते हैं जिसमें नहा सकते हैं। और अगली जनरेशन को तो भूल ही जाइए, है ना। तब मैं सोचता हूँ कि जब मेरे पापा मुझे बताते थे कि वो 10 किलोमीटर स्कूल जाते, तो मैं अपने पापा को सेम बोलता था कि बड़ा फेंकते हो। अब मैं जब अपने बच्चों को बताता हूँ कि मैं तालाब में नहाता था, मेरे बच्चे सेम मुझसे बोलते हैं। अगली जनरेशन में तो वो भूल ही जाएंगे कि तालाब भी हुआ करते थे हमारे सोसाइटी में, हमारे आसपास। तो इसलिए सही समय अभी है, इसलिए हम ये सब कर रहे हैं।
And I guess that is why we are having this conversation, and we have change makers and climate warriors like all of you, so that it doesn't become a reality. Our children do not grow up to see a future where there's no environment left, and that is why it is equally important for all of such voices to come up and talk about their own stories. Gurleen, aapse janna chahungi, I really want to understand from you, because there was a lot of talk about solar panels. Abhi Ramveer ne bhi baat ki thi. All of us stay in high-rises, apartment complexes. We can't boast of having a house from the ground, especially not in the metros. Very many very privileged ones possibly do, yes. What do they do for solar panels if they really want to, in fact, make a move and towards this sustainable energy? How do they go about having that, particularly in an environment where they stay in an apartment complex or society?
I think that's a very pertinent question and very related to something that we at ISA are doing. I think one of the best features of solar right now is that it is becoming invisible. So when I say that is, we have this growing field called integrated PV, where you have agricultural PV, where you integrate photovoltaics with the agricultural field. Floating PV, if you have land sources or you have ponds, you can put PV on top. and generate electricity. And even on lakes, if you have it around the houses that you live in, you have building integrated PV. We were just having a conversation outside. Everyone talks about rooftop PV, but building integrated PV could be that you have canopies, skylights, rooftop, walkable rooftops. So that can be integrated in the form of tiles within the building. It doesn't have to be a glass. Next, rail PV, road PV, or even to the extent of having a vehicle integrated PV. And what I'm talking about might be future looking, but we're going to lead that in next 10 years. That's the first aspect. So with this, I covered what all technologies are available for bringing about that change. Now, how do we adopt those technologies is totally up to us. If we as people, and I think it is very easy to put it on the government, on the technologists that we don't have access to this, we don't have clean water, electricity, air. But then whenever we have to move from point A to point B in Delhi, or even in Gurugram, how many of us prefer public transport or individual cars? Do we go for carpooling? Do we utilize the resources that are available to us in the best possible way? Will also demarcate us or will also lead the way for how long we can use or utilize these resources sustainably, because resources to us are going to be finite. When I talk about PV, one of the most essential components of any PV installation in futures would be the critical materials. And it is also very important for us to keep in mind that those resources are finite, unless we find technologies to recycle them as well. And when I say that, be it batteries, you work for the Long Duration Energy Storage Council. Similarly, you have medium duration and short duration energy storage councils. And they're coming up with technologies using which you can reuse and repower some of these batteries. And we need to be able to handle them also in a very human-friendly way. For example, some of these might leach or they might end up in landfills. So we have to be very careful as a society, as policymakers, be able to design practices around it so that we are able to not only derive benefits out of it, but also increase the longevity of these devices. So to summarize, yes, we are able to have technologies around us which can help us go sustainable. But at the same time, we have to adopt at our own level, not only at community level, but at a personal level, go for preferences which will allow us not only by adopting PV, but at the same time, go in a direction which helps us move in a manner that we can be sustainable. So to simply put, it could be we ourselves have to be the what that can power or light the way that is forward for sustainability.
You began by talking about, do we have these resources? How many of us do prefer public transport? And I will, in fact, bring you in here, Akash, as a climate optimist. Really wanted to understand, and again, going back to the Scandinavian example, in a country, in a city like Copenhagen, you'd have people commute by bikes.
Yes.
And that is a norm over there.
Yeah.
But the climate is also it comes in very, very handy for people to be able to do that. Yeah. Here in India, that becomes a difficulty. We do talk about global warming, but in the really hot months of May and June, how do you go about, if you have the means of going in an air-conditioned car, even if that be an EV, as compared to, let's say, even a metro, you will choose the former.
Can I return?
Yeah, sure, please.
Yes. I think I've been in a position where I've been able to experience both sides of the argument. I have lived in Singapore where I would use public transport day in and day out. And I've also lived in France where I would walk for 7 kilometers just for fun. in going from point A to point B. And it was not about convenience. It was not about having to work out or embedding the health features into my life, but it was also about safety. It is only a year back that I moved here, and I have a place where I have to go regularly to the gym, which is 3 minutes away from my house. I still feel scared at 8 o'clock in the evening when I have to walk to that place because of people ogling. So I think it is very important for us to keep in mind as a society when we're talking about these concerns. It all ties up to the community practice and how we view it. Is it safe? And how we can make it more acceptable or more acceptable and also more conceivable for people around, more adaptable for people around. So it is about personal choices and also how a society shapes those choices.
And Shubhra, since we are talking about the woman's perspective, and if we bring that in, and that is a very, very important factor to be talking about, what is the timeline that you're giving for us to totally achieve sustainable is achievable? When we say that, how long do you give it?
So I think more pragmatically, just looking at the kind of targets or numbers we have, which is that as a country, we want to get to net zero by 2070, which would mean that we significantly cut down on greenhouse gas emissions, we significantly cut down on our usage of fossil fuels. And to do that, we'll have to bring in systems and technology options that allow us to do so, of course. So even when, we're adding more renewables, using more of clean energy, how much of that is reliable and sustainable in the sense that we can use it at all times and round the clock is the question. So things like, energy storage, long duration energy storage come handy over there because, of course, then we can utilize our resources better and get to the reality of achieving sustainability or the targets that we fixed around it. But in terms of, your question that when will we get there, I think it all depends on a concerted action which comes from government, policymakers, society, obviously a lot of the activists and change makers across the country and across places, industry in a big way, but most importantly, the grassroots level that has to drive that change. So their understanding, I think, their ability to affect that change has to be really strengthened. And the better we're able to do it, the better we'll be able to answer this question, okay, it is this time that we think, we'll be completely sustainable in terms of all our activities or achieving that true economic development and which is also sustainable, at a large scale.
So on that note, I would want to take some closing comments. Since it is festival time, we're talking about Diwali, we're talking about Chhat Puja that is upcoming. All of that will also, and Ramveer, Chhat Puja से मुझे आपकी तरफ इशारा मैं कर रही हूँ, कैसे इंश्योर करते हैं कि धार्मिक भावनाओं को ठेस ना पहुँचे और हमारे जो वाटर बॉडीज़ हैं वो कंजर्व्ड रहें. Sustainable is attainable. How do you ensure that in your sphere?
सच बताऊं तो मैं बिल्कुल इंश्योर नहीं कर सकता इस बात को, है ना, क्योंकि अभी मैं नवरात्र उस दिन दशहरा था, तो दशहरा के दिन हमने खूब लोगों को रोकने की कोशिश की, है ना. कुछ लोगों ने हमें ही धक्का दे के तालाब में नहीं डाल दिया तो बस वही बचा था, अदरवाइज तो वो कोई नहीं रुकता, है ना. जहाँ तक जब बात धर्म की आती है, रिचुअल्स की आती है, तो लोगों को रोकना बहुत ही रिस्की काम होता है, स्पेशली उसमें मूर्ति विसर्जन करना. मूर्ति विसर्जन तक ठीक है, लेकिन लोग ना मूर्ति विसर्जन के बहाने से अपने घर का पूरी साल का कचरा भी लेके आते हैं, है ना. वो उसमें जूते, चप्पल, रजाई, गद्दे सब लेके आते हैं वो, और बड़े से कट्टा बैग लेके आते हैं, उसमें डाल देते हैं, है ना. और पूछो तो ये बोलते हैं कि पंडित जी ने बोला था कि वो बहते पानी में ही डाल के आना है. अच्छा, दूसरा, आजकल वो जैसे हमने इस साल लगभग 26 तालाब बनाए हैं, रेस्टोर किया है, तो हम पहले से ही अपने तालाबों को टाइमलाइन वैसा बना के चलते हैं कि इनको वापस से एक बार क्लीन करना पड़ेगा, एक बार नवरात्रि के बाद, एक बार गणेश पूजा के बाद, एक बार वो। तो हमें जहाँ से भी CSR सपोर्ट मिलती है, हम टाइमलाइन ऐसा ही देते हैं कि हमको तालाब रेस्टोर करने के बाद भी कम से कम साल में 3-4 बार तो करना ही पड़ेगा। क्योंकि हम वैसे कई बार पास में फैसिलिटी बनाते हैं कि भाई वहाँ के डालने की बजाय इसमें कर दो, लेकिन लोग धार्मिक उतने ज़्यादा होते हैं कि नहीं उसमें नहीं डालेंगे, बहते पानी में ही डालेंगे। और हम कुछ कई बार बोलते हुए तो बोलते हैं कि तुम तो हमारे धार्मिक भावनाओं को ठेस पहुंचा रहे हैं। अभी तो मैंने इस बार देखा कि मेरे गांव के पास से एक नाला जाता है जिसमें पूरा इंडस्ट्रियल वेस्ट जाता है, पूरे सोसाइटी का वो सीवेज वहीं से जाता है। बट एक अच्छी बात यह है कि वो बस वो बहता पानी है, तो लोगों को आसपास कुछ नहीं मिला तो उसी में डाल के चले गए, है ना। सो लोगों को वो इंश्योर करना मेरे बस की बात है नहीं, सच बताऊं तो। लेकिन यह है कि फिर भी हम हर गांव में जल चौपाल करते हैं, लोगों को अवेयर करते हैं कि भाई ये सब चीज़ें ठीक नहीं है। 100 में से अगर 2 लोग भी सुधर जाते हैं तो हम उसके लिए अपना बड़ा अचीवमेंट मान लेते हैं उसको।
Well, that is attainable and very very good initiative. आपका सेल्फी विद द पॉन्ड इनिशिएटिव भी इसी डायरेक्शन में है and it's very very beautiful because
बिल्कुल सेल्फी विद पॉन्ड का जो मोटिव है यही है कि बहुत सारे लोग हैं जो गुड़गांव, दिल्ली, नोएडा में जॉब कर रहे हैं लेकिन किसी न किसी गांव से बिलोंग करते हैं। तो सेल्फी विद पॉन्ड का इनिशिएटिव इसलिए था कि भाई वो जब भी गाँव जाएँ तो अपने तालाब के साथ एक सेल्फी जरूर लें। हालांकि वैसे हम दिन में आजकल 25 सेल्फी लेते ही लेते हैं, लेकिन यह कि एक सेल्फी आपको तालाब के साथ जाके लेनी है। आप उस तालाब को बचपन में कैसा देखा था, अभी कैसा देख रहे हैं और भविष्य में कैसा देखना चाहते हैं, वो जरूर लिखना है। उससे बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग कहानियाँ निकल के आई। बहुत सारे लोग ऐसे थे कि मैं इस बार अपने गांव में गया था, ये सोच के गया था कि आपके कैंपेन को सपोर्ट करने के लिए तालाब के पास जाके सेल्फी लूँगा, बट अनफॉर्चुनेटली अब वहाँ पे कोई तालाब ही नहीं है। बहुत सारे लोगों का फीडबैक ये था कि तालाब तो है बट तालाब की जगह पे अब वहाँ पे सिर्फ एक लैंडफिल साइट है, वहाँ पे एक कचरा घर है, डंपिंग यार्ड बन चुका है। तो ऐसी ऐसी कहानियाँ निकल के आई और हमारा उद्देश्य यही था कि लोगों को रियलाइज हो कि हाँ सब कुछ गलत, मतलब कुछ गलत होता जा रहा है। अदरवाइज क्या सोचते हैं लोग, कई बार सोचते हैं कि सब बकवास है, ये सारी बातें हैं, लेकिन जब लोगों ने जाके देखा तो उनको रियलाइज हुआ कि हाँ सर, और बहुत सारे लोग हमसे जुड़े। और एक साइड उसकी ये भी है कि जब लोगों ने सेल्फी दी तो उन्होंने पूछा हमने सेल्फी तो दे दी, अब नेक्स्ट स्टेप क्या है। तो हमने बोला नेक्स्ट स्टेप ये है, जो भी हर स्टेट का अपना एक ग्रीवियंस सिस्टम है, कंप्लेंट कर सकते हैं, तो वहाँ पे जाके लॉगिन करिए, पिक्चर लिखिए और लिखिए अपनी कहानी कि भाई ये तालाब साफ होना चाहिए। तो बहुत सारे तालाब उस वजह से वो साफ भी हो गए, क्योंकि डिस्ट्रिक्ट कलेक्टर को गया, म्युनिसिपल कॉरपोरेशन को गया, तो बहुत सारे ऐसे सैकड़ों इनपुट्स हमारे पास आए, 10,000 लोगों ने पार्टिसिपेट किया और सैकड़ों तालाब सिर्फ एक मात्र उस इनिशिएटिव से साफ हो गए।
Beautiful. Akash, when we talk about how attainable, thank you so much for that, ladies and gentlemen. Diwali की बात हम कर रहे थे, तो we'll obviously the conversation can steer to green crackers. Is that a step towards sustainability, you feel?
No. I mean, you can't really find loophole. That's again a loophole that, okay, let's make it green. If it's wrong, it's wrong. And again, if we look back in time and, okay, we said, okay, it was a city of 10 people and we were busting firecrackers, right? Once in a year, that's a different scenario. Now we are 8 billion across the globe, right? We can't even do it once, because even if 10 people were busting 10 crackers, there was 100, right? But now how many people are there? We can't really do it. So we don't really understand the grandeur of the impact we can create because of the population we are. Even if we are donating 1 single rupee, that's the biggest fund in the world. If we look at the population of our nation, right? And I don't have to make it up, we just know it. So even if just 1 penny each one is donating from their own nation, we are the richest nation in the world. That means, like, even if we are cracking 1 single firecracker, the impact we can understand. And also that we have a lot more to fix yet, right? It's like, okay, if I already have a debt of 10 CR on my head, sorry, but I don't want to enjoy it today with buying another cake. I first should focus on, so I'm not saying that we have to literally stop celebrating life, but we have to stay focused what we are trying to achieve, because yes, as of now, where we are sitting, it might just feel everything is fine. But the subject we are talking about, and if you really look inside my brain, nothing is okay. It's not okay to be sitting. It's not okay to be just talking about it. Rather than now talking, we should be out acting. So now again thinking about, okay, it's just Diwali, let's celebrate. I'm really sorry. I don't know how do I burst this bubble in your head to get you into the reality. Sorry, I can't keep making this imaginary image for you every year that, okay, it's Diwali, let's celebrate, let's wear new clothes, right? Something really wrong is going on. And I don't know how to just keep on lying. Or otherwise, we can just keep on lying. Yeah, this is not happening. You can just enjoy. Yes, you can crack green crackers. How long? Someday I have to wake up, right? And each day, yes, we don't really realize that people are dying, but people are dying. How would you categorize the floods in Himachal Pradesh?
Absolutely.
Right? So I'm really sorry. I don't know how to justify green crackers.
And that is a very strong statement today. I would want closing comments from Gurleen and Shubhra. This greenwashing, how much of a deterrent will this be if we have to really go ahead and achieve this goal of sustainability? Closing comments from both of you, ladies.
I think it is a big deterrent, greenwashing. It just takes away from the real targets that one needs to achieve, and definitely not a move in the right direction. So greenwashing, I think companies have to really try to avoid that and keep checks on it so that we achieve true sustainability at the earliest possible.
Gurleen?
I would like to say that greenwashing is not only happening in terms of crackers, in terms of the food that we eat, so-called organic food, pesticide-free, but it is also happening in the energy markets, so to say. So we are getting solar panels from everywhere. Are they truly sustainable? What happens after the life cycle of a panel, as I mentioned before? Does it land in a landfill after the life cycle? And if it does land in a landfill, who bears the cost of that? What happens to the materials there? What if the material that you're putting there leaches into the ground and cause all other problems to the health? I'm specifically very particular about that because I come from city of Ludhiana. It is an industrial town, and growing up, I've seen how the industrial effluent waste went into the Buddha Nala there, and it has really destroyed that channel. That's one aspect. Second aspect, in Bathinda thermal power plant, the effluent waste from that power plant went into the groundwater, and it caused a lot of cancer cases in that entire belt of Malwa region. Now, a train goes from Bathinda to Bikaner, known as Cancer Express, transporting people who have had generations who have been affected by cancer. So in order to solve one problem, we are creating another. And now, when we talk about principles of design thinking, we talk about, addressing the problem right at the beginning, and we have the foresight to create solutions for future. Why not be cognizant of the fact and already think of the policies or practices, how we can embed that into the entire process and chain, discuss with the stakeholders, and then finally come out with the output. With that, ma'am, I request we need a policy for EPR and extended producer responsibility in India for recycling of PV panels. We have guidelines in India, but at the same time, we really need to look at it, reliability, degradation, whether the panels are lasting for so long as that. Otherwise, everything that we are working towards, be it the blades of the windmills that we're talking about, or the frames of solar panels, or the batteries that we are all using, might land up in a landfill.
So recycling is a sustainable solution. But thank you so much. It's a very, very insightful conversation that it has been. I'd like to thank...
One line on it?
Yes, please.
Just one line on greenwashing. If you ever hear greenwashing, no, it's a crime against nature. If you see or hear greenwashing, no, it's a crime against humanity. I don't know how else to put it.
Thank you so much for that. And it has been a very, very insightful conversation. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for joining me here. I request you to please wait for a token of appreciation. It has been really lovely to have you around. Ramveer, आपसे request करेंगे 1 second के लिए आप. we'll have a token of appreciation for our guests here. Ladies and gentlemen, before we move on with the evening's proceedings, I'd like to remind you that we will shortly be joined by Union Minister of New and Renewable Energy and Consumers Affairs, Food and Public Distribution, Shri Prahlad Joshi. And also coming up is a wonderful performance by Swaratma. Request you to stay seated and enjoy the rest of the evening. Now on to our next session that takes us to the grassroots, where India's renewable revolution truly takes shape, powered by local innovation, community leadership, and citizen empowerment. It's titled From Policy to Power, How Decentralization is Putting Change in People's Hands. And to moderate this session, please welcome back on stage Money Control's Shweta Punj. Please also now join me in welcoming our distinguished panelists, Suman Chandra, Director, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy; Debi Prasad Dash, Co-Founder and Executive Director, Netra; Pradeep Kumar Das, Chairman and Managing Director, IREDA; and Dr. Harish Hande, Co-Founder, Selco India. Over to you, Shweta.
Thank you for that. Can we have a big round of applause for our panelists? We've been discussing sustainability and how sustainable is attainable all evening. And these people here, these stakeholders here, are actually working at the grassroots level to ensure that people like you and me are able to make a contribution, are able to adopt a more sustainable lifestyle from a policy perspective, from an industry perspective. So I'm looking forward to this conversation. I'd like to begin with a small statistic. As of July 2025, an estimated 11.88 lakh Indian households had installed solar panels on their rooftops to access solar energy. So I think that's a fascinating and a very, very encouraging number. This happened under the PM Surya Ghar scheme, and this is an increase from the 10 lakh installations that were announced in March 2025. So clearly, the adoption rate, the rate at which people are switching to solar or to other renewable energy is an very encouraging number. So let me begin with you, Sumanji, that from a policy perspective, how have we seen this space evolve over the years? Say 10 years ago, if we were having this conversation, maybe the numbers would have been far more muted.
Thank you for the question. But first of all, let me compliment Tata Power and News18 for demystifying this conversation about sustainability and titling this event as Sustainable is Attainable. So that is one of the major, gap areas that we see in the domain of sustainability, that things are in a very mystified domain, and we need to unlock this for the common public to understand. So coming to your question, in last couple of years, there have been many nudges which are created for citizen centricity and Jan Bhagidari of programs. And which is why today you can see the unlocking of these numbers as you see it today. So just a slight correction in the numbers that you stated. In February 2024, we launched the PM Surya Ghar Muft Bijli Yojana. Today, we are sitting at 20 lakh households having an access to the rooftop solar. We have a PM Kusum scheme in the agriculture sector for the solarization of agriculture. And we have almost 18 lakh pumps solarized under that scheme. So this quantum jump in number is essentially because now there has been a huge capacity building drive, a huge nudging that is happening in the sector to demystify what clean energy means and what accessibility and ease of accessibility means for the citizens of India.
Fantastic. Let me bring in you here from an industry point of view. You know, we've seen industry also play a very proactive role where ease of access is concerned. Could you take us through a little bit of that journey?
Yes. So last few years, everyone is focusing on the grid scale, how to make the generation more greener and adopting the clean energy. It's have to discuss about all aspects of the electricity ecosystem, maybe from generation, transmission, distribution, and end consumer. Let the end consumer, like commercial, industrial sector, actually not paying only the electricity bill to the discoms. They are paying multiple bills. They are paying bills to the diesel genset. They are paying bills to the voltage stabilizer they are using. They are paying bill to the STATCOMs they are using. You go to any tier 2 cities, there is a power outage. There is a quality and reliability of power issues. So they are paying more than 20 rupees in many cases. So for them, solar is actually a bliss. Solar with advanced energy storage solutions, with advanced smarter grids, they actually can solve by half of the electricity cost. And there is also, they can reduce the manufacturing wastage. Many batch manufacturing industries, if you consider like plastics, foundries, textiles, and also the critical infrastructure like hotels, hospitals, and other infrastructures, they can now, I see last 2 to 3 years, due to the reduction on cost of clean energy technologies, both commercial and industrial space started adopting it. Yes, there is an issue on the capex side, but with the appropriate financing, it hasn't done a miracle things. And this will actually increase the productivity and contribute to the GDP.
Absolutely. Let me bring in the original veteran in this space, Mr. Harish Hande, co-founder of Selco India. Mr. Hande, we saw your photograph before coming on stage where you were installing a solar panel in 1993. And I would have loved to show that image here. But as someone who has been involved in the space and has really worked, built this industry from ground up, what are the, what have you learned about designing energy systems that people don't just use, but truly own and manage as part of their daily lives? Is it as daunting? What have been the challenges that you've come across? What have been the changes that you've seen over the last few decades?
I think that's a so Prabir Saab was talking that he came and saw the work in '98. We used to buy solar panels at 250 rupees a watt. And people now are telling that it has to become cheaper. I said, boss, 250, 300 rupees per watt mein hum log bechte the. And us samay we used to say that solar is expensive for the rich and affordable for the poor. Because the poor used to spend more on energy. It's a question of system thinking and design. And how do you look at, because people used to spend more on kerosene as a percentage of the incomes. And if you actually calculate that and create a bank loan. So, I mean, Prahlad Joshi is not yet here, but in his constituency, Malaprabha Gramin Bank was the first bank in the world actually to provide financing in '94. But the issue, what is happening today, ma'am, what is changing, what is not changing over the decades is that we are still stuck to the supply side. We are not looking at the demand side. Right? When I design solar for a sewing machine, people say it's expensive, but nobody actually says that the sewing machine is inefficient. Right? If you had created an efficient sewing machine, efficient hammer mill, efficient silk weaving machine, efficient roti rolling machine, efficient baby warmers, suction pumps, autoclaves, suddenly you relook at solar, which becomes viable. We are focusing on solar and batteries. We are not focusing on the efficiency of the appliances that will actually be there. So that change actually needs to happen. And secondly, we should actually, solar is like a salt. I'm not going to give a presentation on salt. I'm going to get presentation on roti, dal, because end goal is roti, end goal is dal, end goal is health, end goal is livelihoods, end goal is education. We need to focus where solar is an enabler, and that's when the scale up is happening. Because the same thing has been, I mean, even 90s, I got into the industry in '89, and where that time the total amount that was there in solar in the world is equivalent to what we do in half an hour today, 8 megawatts.
Wow.
Right? So things still are on supply side, not on the demand side. I think we should start focusing on the demand side and start innovating on the demand side. High suction pumps for maternal labor rooms. Suddenly scale up will happen if 300,000 maternal labor rooms in our country have solar powered suction pumps. That's where the scale up, autoclaves.
Let's also talk about financing, Mr. Das. You have been financing large renewable energy projects for decades now, and decentralization means that power comes in the hands of the people. So is there a special financial toolkit that IREDA has designed to ensure financing for the small industries, marginal farmers, and other communities who might not have access to very sophisticated forms of financing to enable the transition?
Thank you, and thanks to the Tata Group and Mr. Sinha particularly for giving me a chance to come here and speak and considering me worthy of speaking in this August gathering. First, I'll tell, finance is not a problem at all in India with respect to RE, whether it is wholesale or retail. As my co-panelists say, it is a lack of awareness, lack of sensitivity. How many people are sensitive to use thermal power of 1 unit when they are consuming, knowingly or unknowingly? For 1 unit of thermal consumption has generated at least 750 grams of CO2. If you leave it to nature, it will take years to correct. And that kind of correction need to happen. If you ask finance, renewable project in India, 80% of the project are developed by private sectors. Private sectors invest when there is economics, there is sense of finance, there is profitability. So which is completely confirming renewable business is profitable and finance is there. Second, this 20% whatever is there, though they are not private sector, but larger government public sector undertaking who also work on commercial terms. So it is not that RE financing is here through grant or something like that. When the sector is in a nascent stage, any sector for that matter, then the handholding is required, gap funding, subsidy, other benefits like generation-based incentive which used to be given earlier for wind solar when per unit used to be costing around 24 rupees. Now it is 1/10 of it. And that could happen through innovation by scaling up, series of R&D. Gradually the per unit of solar is also drastically reducing. So when you talk about, your question is with respect to households or individual consumers, basically we're shifting from prosumers. The producer will become consumer. There will be it rooftop solar, be it Kusum. We as an organization, IREDA in MNRE, we are designed to disrupt the technology and bring innovative finance so that the sector becomes bankable. Till such time, IREDA and MNRE work together. For almost single-handedly, IREDA supported MNRE and Government of India for 27, 28 years. When it was realized that we have tremendous opportunity in RE here, but the speed in which it is working, it is not appropriate. Let us bring another agency of MNRE, that is SECI, Solar Energy Corporation. The namesake it is SECI, Solar, but now they are doing RECI, entire renewable they are looking into. And when we are talking of renewable, why we are talking only solar? One scientist told me once, if you cover the entire world with solar panel, 1/10 of our energy requirement will happen. Solar is not going to be the solution. Renewable is the solution. So much beyond solar. If you look at today, out of 485, what we have achieved, and 247 is solar. So half of it is solar. Because solar is easy to do. Therefore, solar people are going. Normally in student life, when you go to the exams, for the easy questions you attempt. Probably that is what has been attempted in India as far as renewable is concerned. And in earlier panel discussion, the discussion was happening. I'm not criticizing them. What will happen to the solar panels and all? So because now we are setting up a project for 25 years. PPA is there for 20 years and all. Bank is funding for 20 years and all. At least for 20 years, we know that we are not carbonizing or less carbonizing, whatever is there. We'll look into that, or we'll now not look into that as because we do not know. And I am sure next 20 years, some of R&D will be doing how to handle that. So we have to address what is the first and easy solution, what is the immediate problems. Immediate problem is to sustain. The theme is sustainable and attainable. What's sustainable? Sustaining the environment. We are living in a city, we are speaking from a city where from November, December we cannot breathe. And there was a time we used to have masks. And there was a time we used to have to close down the offices. And courtesy COVID, lot of disruption happened. And naturally, lot of correction happened in the environment, so we could breathe freely. Of course, the impact of COVID in a different sense. But again, when I have touched COVID, I'll talk about that. During a very short period, we could innovate the vaccination. Not only we supported our nation, and we supported globally also. Similarly, when it is national challenge, we have proven in the past that we can bring in some innovation, how these solar modules and others are going to be handled. And banking the retail in the renewable space is not a problem. We have series of banks. Like he said, the bank's name, most of you might not be knowing even, must be a cooperative bank and all. It is a rural bank. If a rural bank could first time think of lending, so that has communicated that in India, banking is not a problem for renewable at all. Today, we are fairly matured. We are not only the third largest, but we are leading from front globally also. So retail lending will not be a problem. IREDA was not designed for retail lending. In retail space, if you look at last 2 years, Kusum agricultural solarization and then rooftop solarization came. Since solar is fairly matured in the sector, any bank is ready to come and lend. And bank is having huge amount of retail network. That is what, despite not IREDA leading from up front with respect to solar retail lending, still we have reached that much of numbers of household lending. And apart from that, IREDA started lending rooftop solar also. We have created a retail division. We have done fair amount of Kusum agricultural loans also, apart from doing bigger project loans.
Sure. I want to bring in Ms. Chandra here on PM Kusum, which has been a revolutionary scheme by the government. How do you plan to scale this scheme to impact lakhs of farmers so that they can become true stakeholders in this story?
So PM Kusum is one of its kind scheme globally, which covers end-to-end issues of solarization of agriculture. So it has currently 3 components, where the first component looks after setting up of a renewable energy power plant, and I say renewable, not solar, renewable energy power plant in a barren land of a farmer. And if the farmer chooses to have a cultivable land, then he can or she can install it on a stilt in an agrivoltaic sort of a manner. So then the farmer, she becomes a prosumer. She can sell the electricity to the grid or have an arrangement of leasing out her land. Component B speaks about solarization of the pumps, off-grid pumps. So there are umpteen number of diesel pumps that exist in the agriculture sector, which are not good for health, neither good for the soil health, not for the farmer health, and therefore the focus is on replacing them with the solar pumps. And the third component, which has taken off very well in the last couple of years, which is the solarization of the feeder level itself, so aggregating the agriculture demand, separating the feeder, or at least solarizing the agricultural load that exists on the feeder. So the scheme has a good buy-in from all the states in the last 2 years, and we have an overwhelming demands of extra allocations right now. But the sunset date of the scheme is March 2026, and thereafter we are looking at Kusum 2.0. It is very heartening for me to share with you that Honorable Prime Minister interacted with farmers in Banswara in Rajasthan just a couple of weeks ago, and he was very delighted about the change it is unfolding in the life of farmers. And therefore, we are very convinced in terms of the economics, in terms of the policy embedment, in terms of the political support and the political will, that we will be able to roll out Kusum 2.0.
Fantastic. That is indeed very heartening to hear.
And I would really want to pitch in vis-a-vis the circular economy argument here, because since it's sustainable is attainable, nobody's question should go unanswered, and I think Gurleen had this question. So ministry is in seas of the circularity matter pertaining to solar PV. And we have done an estimation, as per our estimation, 600 kilotons of solar waste would be available by 2030, in which time we would be able to evolve framework. We have an EPR framework, which currently doesn't talk about the PROs. So we recently, in fact, last week had a meeting in terms of how to plug out the solar waste from the general e-waste management rule. Currently, it sits with the e-waste management rule, chapter 5, and it's not fair to club it with the same rules, and therefore ministry will be working towards having a de-linked approach from the general electronic waste for the solar PV. And then there are studies, there are researchers available, and there is global body of work available which talks about 90% recyclability in terms of solar modules that can happen. And therefore we would like to harness this first in terms of the second use that the panels can be redeployed for, and then of course the recycling and the reuse. And parallelly, when we are ramping up our manufacturing supply chains, to also have a life cycle approach to how we make the panels themselves.
Fantastic. Let me bring you in here, Mr. Dash. The DRE, the Decentralized Renewable Energy Market in India, is estimated at about $50 billion. What innovative business models do you see making it easier for communities, MSMEs, and cooperatives to access this opportunity?
Okay, it's an interesting question, and for last 10 years what we see, there is a very slow movement on the DRE space, because when you talked about a distributed renewable generations or maybe a microgrid, it just our mind goes to a rural hamlet or a village to have its own generation and supply to that. It's not limited to that. If you go to Australia, US or other markets, these microgrids can be in urban, it might be in a SEZ, it might be in a manufacturing industry, which can have its own resiliency. Whenever there is a power outage, it can supply to the ecosystem or community who is actually the gainer out of it. It may be a residential societies or it may be a commercial complex. There is few pilots has been done in by L&T has done one. Bihar, there was a example it has been done. So, but it was ABB done in Gujarat. So, but it was not accepted widely because it may be the additional cost. Because when we see a issue in the lack of power, there is an easy way in India as you can do the outage. But when you need a better power for reliable issues, this DRE is required. So we need to think about how we can develop urban microgrids. That's one. Second is about rooftop solar. There is a wish, and we always pitch to MNRE on the same. Rooftop solar is a great thing. On net metering or maybe the gross metering across the globe is a way to support it, but it's not sustainable. Because load dispatch center used to manage maybe 1,000 generators earlier, 20 years back. Now it's going 20 lakh additional generators. But that is a solution we should have, way like how Tesla Powerwall or Sonnen Europe has been done. We should have a small battery systems with the rooftop solar, so the generators can manage their own generations on the consumption side. So the end of the day, each individual generator should not supply to the grid, and the nightmare should not created by the consumers for the load dispatch centers. That's the long-term way. Maybe we feel MNRE will think about it after achieving maybe 50 to 60% of the target of the rooftop solars. And we see the current scheme is great, but when we add the storage part of it, it can resolve multiple issues. And it can also help like virtual power plant, multiple storage systems which can have maybe not a 3 kilowatt, maybe a 30 kilowatt or 100 kilowatt. If there is a community of 300 similar system which can work as a virtual power plant and can help to the grid and the frequency management or maybe ancillary services. That type of futuristic grid modernization we need, and DRE is the only solutions for it.
All right. Let me bring in Mr. Hande here. Mr. Hande, how can decentralized renewable systems make communities more resilient towards against climate change, against floods, heat waves, crop failures, while also cutting emissions? What's been your experience?
Yes, I'll give 3 examples because see the way we would look at, MNRE has been the pioneer in terms of being the first runner of the relay race. Okay. The second, third are very different. So 2 examples I'll just give you from a climate change perspective. If I look at the dairy value chain, the dairy value chain has the fodder, then you have milking of the cows. Because of heat stress, the cows actually produce 30% less milk. Then you have the chillers, then you have the khoya making. You have solar-powered hydroponics for actually creating fodder using less water. You have redesign of the cow sheds. The cooling effects of the cows are actually solar-powered milking machine, solar-powered chilling, solar-powered khoya making. Now, if you only think in terms of solar, you don't think of all these terms, right? Now you work with the Karnataka Milk Federation or Amul, and how do I scale up to 10,000 farmers and use the existing PMFMI scheme, not Kusum or anything, PM. And if there are people of disabilities, I have an extra 20% under the PMFI scheme for disability, right? There are so many schemes under the livelihoods that actually come. What has happened, not happened? Redesign of cow sheds. There's no architect working on redesign of cow sheds or poultry. If you look at Jharkhand last year, 30% chicks were lost because of heat stress. Redesign of poultry sheds, right? It's all climate perspective. And what we are missing out is, in a country like India, which has enormous livelihood potentials, dairy sector, millet sector, poultry sector, piggery, rice value chains, all the 18 value chains that the Ministry of Rural Development has, we become the center of innovation for the world. It's not solar panels and batteries. We become an innovation in the rice value chain. Where does solar play a role? Or biogas play a role? Where does actually in the poultry value chain solar play a role, from lighting for the chicks to the cooling of the chicks, etc. Same thing in the dairy value chain. Millet, from millet grading to redesign of millet graders to actually solar powered, where self-help groups of women who run it, that's the excitement of solar. It's not solar panels and batteries. And we become a center, like Manipur has different innovations for Tanzania, Meghalaya has different innovations for Philippines, Madhya Pradesh has different innovations for Brazil. We become a center of innovations for end users using solar as a catalyst. That's what we should focus on, from floods of Assam, which is for Philippines, to the droughts of Maharashtra for Ethiopia. That's where we have to. But we are so much on the supply side, we're forgetting the potential of as an innovation for a country on the demand side.
Does policy have a role in that? The focus on supply side? We are talking about solar because there has been a lot of policy focus also on solar. Right, Ms. Chandra?
I think I really appreciate how passionately you talk about the demand side. I do admit that we have an overwhelming sort of focus on the supply side, and that's primarily because of the statutory structure that obtains currently in the regulations. And definitely going forward, there is a need of unlocking of the demand side management, whether it's deployment of the smart appliances or decentralizing the solar or the renewable energy use itself, where the renewable energy plays a catalytic role and the unlocking happens from the end user. Right. So that buy-in is, I think, already plugged in missions like Mission Life, Lifestyle for Change, right, which is talking about consumption side, changing and consumption side nudging. And renewable energy is a very small part of it, because if we talk from the climate resilience perspective, definitely a lot of the carbon budget has been already consumed by the Western world. And as we grow in a green manner, we not only have to consume more, because currently the electricity consumption of India is 1/3 of the global average, but we have to consume responsibly. And therefore, the demand side management and the demand side unlocking has to happen in a responsible manner. And we do have policy nudges like Mission Life, but definitely in terms of transmission, distribution, improving the health of our discoms, there's a lot of work that needs to be done, and definitely the relevant ministries are at it.
So can I add to just to what
yes,
just
please go ahead.
See, it's not only MNRE's jobs. The question is, you have AIM, Atal Innovation Mission, the AICs, the Atal Innovation Center, this one, AICs, the numerous AICs, the IITs. What are the IITs? I mean, and what are the ITIs? Because if you convert a lot of the ITIs into centers of innovation, because the kids who come there come with a problem. See, today, all we English speakers come up with a solution and then try to fit a problem. the kids who come to the ITIs are the kids who come with a problem statement, are better innovators. So if the subsidies that are given to IITs are also given to ITIs, you'll have a sudden change in the way the perception of the demand side will change. And that's what happens.
Fascinating. Thank you for that. Let me bring in Mr. Das. Mr. Das, there is this fear that citizens, regular people have this fear that they might get into debt while investing in batteries, for instance, or solar. Can IREDA design innovative pay-as-you-save or community financing models to make decentralized energy risk-free for ordinary people?
First of all, whatever perception risk that can be addressed through awareness. When per unit of solar, if you look at 10 years, 12 years back, it was 12 to 14 rupees. It became 2.4 rupees. IREDA had been lending since 38 years. At least today we are fortunate to have this kind of gathering and forum. We are talking. Nobody was knowing. Right. Even till our IPO was launched in 2023, except our borrower and our lender, people are knowing IRDA, Insurance Regulatory Development Authority. IREDA was not having identity despite doing all these things. 27 years single-handedly we were lending to this sector. And our ministry's name is New and Renewable. New means what? Risky. You do not know a sector and you will be lending there. And we did it. Despite that, simple one line I'll tell you. Last 38 years we have financed more than around 1.7 lakh crores. Our cumulative write-off is only 135 crore. So where is the risk? It is only perception. Today, what perception people are carrying with respect to solar, 10 years, 20 years, 25 years back, the same perception they will carry for battery storage. They will carry for green hydrogen. But as I said in the beginning, when the industry is in an infancy stage, like an infant to be handled by the parent in the infancy stage, same role MNRE had been playing. Same role IREDA, the extended arm of MNRE and SECI, they are playing. And you think whenever any lender will be doing the due diligence and appraisal, if things are unknown, emerging sector, we will be taking certain kind of blind risk. Like you are driving, it is evening, somehow your light is not working. From your past experience, without having a Google guidance, still you will drive down at least to some length. That kind of risk we have taken and we are doing and we will continue to do that. And I'm sure the kind of perception what people are having with respect to battery storage, same what they were earlier also having. One more example. When we went for the IPO market, we had to personally convince to the investor community that we have a lot of merit in our script. We launched finally, we could succeed in 2023 November. Before that, 17 November we could not do. 19 November we could not do despite doing the roadshow and all. The perception about IREDA's loan quality and assets were, our IPO was 32 rupees. In 8 months, it went up to 310 rupees. Today, even if you see today's market, most of the so-called peers, their price was down and our price was up. So that here we can address to a lot of workshop, discussion, perception matter we can handle. And wherever genuine risk is there, for that MNRE is there. And probably MNRE is very few ministry, one of the very few ministry who is having stakeholders consultation meet every month. And remember, power is a concurrent subject, center and state. Whatever policy government of India, MNRE does, ultimately the implementation is going to happen in the state. Project will be executed in the state. Yes. I'll just touch where Suman left. Kusum. Policy was framed in 2019. 2022, it was revisited. And within 2 years, fair amount of agricultural has been solarized. Because if you go, no lender is there to lend an agriculturist. Because what kind of bankability, what kind of CIBIL rating, what kind of profile they will be having. Now aggregator mode, many states, if you look at state of Maharashtra, state of Gujarat, now state of Andhra, many have aligned such kind of policy which is in line with center and in line with the sectoral interest. The bankability of the agricultural lending for the Kusum is not a problem now. And if other states follow, I don't know whether it will be correct on my part to say and all, if they can eliminate the political difference and focus on the environment, then certainly the fair amount of alignment can happen. Like GST, how it has been done. Pan-India, one GST council, all state represented, that is the way it did.
Yeah, we're a federal.
If you want to decarbonize and renewablize and enable a sustainable world, which can be attainable, probably that kind of ecosystem we need to have. Keep aside the politics, look into the sector, look spiritually, religiously, what we want to do. Like in a religious festival, what again our India panelists were saying, that if you are going and trying to tell them something, they are saying you are touching our religious activities and all. When our religion will become to sustain the environment, then automatically things will change. I think a lot of changes has happened in last 11 years with the new government coming in center. And if you see the kind of RE growth happened in India, no industry globally has grown in that speed, that level of accuracy. And you will not find many projects going NPA in this space at all. And those wherever the promoters are in discipline, probably it has happened.
Sure.
It is not happening because of sector. It is not happening because of the policy. It is not happening because of the regulator. See, since it is new and emerging, fair amount of intervention is periodically happening. It is going to happen in the time to come also. For the regulator, policymaker, developers, bankers, four have to work together and enable a perfect ecosystem in which this fear is going to go. We are quite confident in that.
All right. That's very heartening. Let me get your point of view in, Mr. Dash. One gets a sense that, state-run DISCOMs sometimes view decentralized energy as a competitor. How can industry groups like Netra change that narrative, showing that community grids actually reduce DISCOM stress and strengthen resilience?
No, it's an interesting question. If you go to 30 years back, DISCOMs actually think end users are consumers. So they consider us them consumer, but the virtue of which how the policies and technology are changing, now they are becoming not only consumer, they are prosumers. They are producing and consuming. But 10 years after, without these prosumers, the grid will not able to balance itself. They will not only produce, they will not only consume, they will help the grid issues to address. If the grid has the lack of frequency fluctuations, if the grid have a need of energy when the energy is not there, they will balance the grid. So the DISCOMs, how they have to change, and they are changing. So the consumers or the end users will enable actually grid. So now anything what is happening through the generation side, it is going through the DISCOMs and transmission lines, which is majorly owned by the central government. But in next few years, with the blockchain technologies and peer-to-peer trading, these energies can go to the neighboring communities. On DISCOM will be only with the facilitator. So for the DREs, it is not another actually soft DISCOMs inside a DISCOM. It is actually enabling ecosystem which will help the DISCOMs to provide reliable powers and better quality power. The only concern is how the incentivization will happen. The commercials of the DISCOMs and commercials of the communities, that need to be changed. The reason is due to multiple constraints. It is not at great health. But over the time when the network will open and the consumer or the end users are more participation in the grid, we feel the commercial case of the DISCOMs and communities also improve over time.
Fantastic. Let me give the last word to Suman ma'am. Ma'am, what's the assessment that by 2047, what share of India's energy will come from local and community systems, truly putting power in the hands of the people? And how will this change citizens from consumers into active participants and owners of a clean energy future?
So we do not have an agreed goal because the goals are under discussion, but we look at around 2,000 gigawatts of renewable energy being deployed by 2047. And in that, almost 3/4 or half of the renewable energy must come from the DRE sources is what we would like to assess. Having said that, I feel that the hesitation in terms of deployment has to be totally done away with, because climate change is a fat tail problem. So anything that you save right now in terms of not investing for climate solutions, you have to pay quantum amount as you go forward. So therefore, the best time to invest in climate and especially mitigation technologies like clean energy is now. And therefore, positive externality of clean energy must be logged by industry and government along with each other in a partnership mode.
All right. One last question to you, Mr. Hande. What's your expectation? We're talking about Viksit Bharat by 2047. What role do you envision for decentralized energy? And will India's development story be defined by mega projects or by millions of small systems powering up aspirations at the grassroots?
That's a very biased question. I will go for the second part. And hopefully by, my question is, if in the next 2 years we are able to create 50,000 plus non-English speaking entrepreneurs and innovators in rural areas, non-English speaking, the people who have to raise money without PowerPoint, Excel and Word, they are the people who are going to redefine a country like ours. And that's where I believe the sustainability is. How do we create that 50,000 youngsters who are innovators in the field of sustainable energy who are going to be the foot soldiers?
Wow.
And the last shout out to the band here, Swaratma, I think please don't leave because they are a very unique and different sustainable band, guys. They're not a typical band. So please make sure that you listen to them.
All right. Very quickly, one more question to you, Mr. Das. Anything that, any one big item on your agenda, a wish list item that you'd like to see from the government?
Every children should ask their parents a renewable energy share certificate on their birthday as a gift, rather than a plastic toy.
Children nahi hai audience mein lekin.
Which will enable the children today, which he said, the young entrepreneurs. And I am sure by 2047, every citizen of India will have vehicles in their hand. Every household will have renewable sources, not only solar, bioenergy, waste to energy. Every appliances which they are going to use, they will be looking into the most energy efficient model. And there is no doubt, and we are determined to become, by 2047, developed economy. Development cannot happen without energy. For 1% of GDP growth, we need 1.25 times of energy growth. And 90% of the energy growth to come from non-fossil. 10% we still need to have a load balancing and perfect alignment. Getting renewable round the clock is the question today even. Therefore, which I was talking about battery storage, pump storage are immediate solution with respect to RTC. In the long run, we are looking into alternate sources like green hydrogen and other things. So by 2047, I am confident every citizen of India is going to have fair amount of energy literacy, non-fossil fuel literacy, energy efficiency literacy. That will certainly not only guarantee our developed economy, will enable us to continue to be a developed economy post 2047. Thank you.
Mr. Dash, very quickly, closing comments.
In 2047, the new energy technologies will definitely come up. 20 years back, the technology what was used not there. And I feel the Indian stakeholders will be active part of it, because currently what we're using, maybe solar, hydrogen, or maybe battery storage, that has been developed by other countries. 2047, what we will use may be indigenous, and it must be developed by Indian entrepreneurs.
Must be driven by India's entrepreneurs. I think on that high note, we'll conclude this conversation. Thank you very much. You've been a wonderful audience, and a big thank you to all the panelists for giving us a 360-degree perspective on decentralized energy solutions and putting power quite literally in the hands of the people. I think that's something that every democracy, every country should aspire for. Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you so much for that engaging conversation. I'd request all the distinguished panelists to please stay back on stage for the token of appreciation. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. It has been a truly enchanting and a good conversation. We were all looking forward to this. Thank you so much, distinguished guests. Now, I do have a question for our August gathering. How has the SIAFest been for you so far? Are you enjoying each and every conversation? Or is just me saying it? Okay, which participant, which panelist was truly insightful, or somebody who really, actually was an eye-opener, a conversation that left you truly enthralled? Who was that for you? All right, let's make that engaging. I guess all of them, and that's what this August gathering has been. Now, today, ladies and gentlemen, before we move on, we have just been informed that Honorable Union Minister Prahlad Joshi will be unable to join us today due to certain unavoidable circumstances. We truly apologize for that. While his absence is deeply missed, we must continue with the evening's proceedings. And we now arrive at one of the most special moments of SIAFest 2025, a celebration of the people who are making sustainability not just a goal, but a way of life. The Sustainable is Attainable champions of change embody the very essence of this movement. Individuals whose works prove that change can begin with one idea, one community, and one act of courage. From restoring ecosystems and enabling solar innovations to championing clean tech entrepreneurship, they represent the human heartbeat of India's green transition. May I please invite back on stage Suman Chandra, Director, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy. Also joining her on stage, Dr. Praveer Sinha, CEO and Managing Director at Tata Power. And joining him, please welcome back on stage Zaka Jacob, Managing Editor, CNN News18, to felicitate our SIA champions of change, exemplary leaders who remind us that progress is truly sustainable only when it is shared. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to start our felicitation. Can we please have the first SIA champion of change, AV?
Sunlight is infinite. We just need to make it smarter. Gurleen pioneers innovations in across solar PV value chain, material development to building cells, systems, agri-PV, floating solar and even end-of-life solar waste management by bridging science and practice. Dr. Kaur leads the charge to make renewables smarter, scalable and sustainable.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Gurleen Kaur for her pioneering work in solar energy access and her advocacy for women-led sustainability solutions. Congratulations, Gurleen. And now, can we please have the AV for the second SIA champion of change?
Renewables are only as resilient as our ability to store them. Shubhra Thakur, Country Director, India at the Long Duration Energy Storage Council, is shaping the backbone for 500 GW renewables by 2030. Shubhra Thakur, powering India's sustainable future.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Shubhra Thakur, Country Director, India IDES Council, for driving global conversations and collaborations in long-duration energy storage. Congratulations, Shubhra. Exceptional work being done by Shubhra here. And moving on, can we now have the AV for our next SIA Champion of Change?
He walked India's length and breadth to tell stories of a changing earth. Akash Ranisan is a climate activist, author and storyteller, translating science into human hope and turning awareness into action. Akash Ranisan, Climate in Motion.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Akash Ranisan, climate optimist and author, for inspiring thousands through his creative storytelling and on-ground climate advocacy. Akash. We wish you all the very best for your future endeavors. And now, can we please have the final change maker AV for the evening?
Stubble burning clouds our skies and warms our world. Vidyut Mohan co-founded TataPower, transforming agricultural waste into clean biofuels, fertilizers and activated carbon. His low-cost, portable systems convert crop waste on-site, cutting smoke emissions, generating income, and closing the loop in climate action. Winner of the Earthshot Prize, UNEP Young Champion of the Earth Award, Forbes 30 Under 30 for Social Entrepreneurs and Breakthrough Energy Fellow. Vidyut bridges rural livelihoods with climate justice. Mohan shows us how waste can power hope.
Ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, Vidyut Mohan is not here. But to accept the award on his behalf, can we please have Amit Sharma, Head of Product Development at TataPower. Ladies and gentlemen, let's applaud these incredible change makers, the champions of change who embody the spirit of sustainable is attainable. Can we please have all the change makers back on the stage for a group photograph? Dr. Sinha, Ms. Chandra Zaka, thank you so much. Please be back on the stage for a photo op as we felicitate our participants and change makers. A huge round of congratulations to all the SIA champions of change. Once again, congratulations are in order for our SIA Champions of Change. It has been a very, very warm and welcoming evening with all of these change makers in attendance to make this gathering even more insightful in August. We loved having them here And it has been truly, truly enriching for all of them to be here on the Tata Power stage. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. And now we close this powerful evening on a high note with rhythm, energy, and hope. Please welcome Swaratma, one of India's most loved folk fusion bands, rooted in Indian traditions, yet echoing the pulse of a new progressive India. Their music carries a conscience, advocating for clean energy, inclusivity, and the environment. Tonight, they present Vidyut Dhara, a musical collaboration with Tata Power, a celebration of the elemental forces that sustain us and the communities that keep India's renewable current alive. Please put your hands together for Swaratma performing the official Sustainable is Attainable anthem, Vidyut Dhara.
प्यासी हूँ मैं तुमको पिला के थक गई हूँ मोड़ों पे रुक के प्यासी हूँ मैं तुमको पिला के थक गई हूँ मोड़ों पे रुक के प्यासी हूँ मैं तुमको पिला के थक गई हूँ मोड़ों पे रुक के अश्क तो बहने दो पानी हूँ पानी रहने दो प्यासी हूँ मैं तुमको पिला के थक गई हूँ मोड़ों पे रुक के जाना किसकी बोली बोलना है अब। कहाँ से आई कहाँ है जाना किसकी बोली बोलना है अब। किसने है ये खेल रचाया पुतला बना के तुमको नचाया रे। प्यासी हूँ मैं तुमको पिला के थक गई हूँ मोड़ों पे रुक के। प्यासी हूँ मैं तुमको पिला के थक गई हूँ मोड़ों पे रुक के। अश्क तो बहने दो पानी हूँ पानी रहने दो। प्यासी हूँ मैं तुमको पिला के। प्यासी
SIA Fest, New Delhi. Welcome to this evening. We are Swaratma, a folk rock band based in Bengaluru, and we have come here all the way to be a part of what promises to be a new chapter in the history of power in our country. And we are so proud and so happy to be a part of it. Thank you very much to Tata Power and all the forces that have come together to create this wonderful evening. Give it up for yourselves and for everybody behind this event. Thank you for having us, Network 18, and all of our friends here. It is an absolute privilege. Now, to tell you a little bit about why we're really here, we are here to talk about what happens when artists come together with people with purpose. And over a year ago, when we started the process of trying to distill down what the energy behind Tata Power's initiatives in community and sustainability were all about, and could we write a song about it, we came up with the idea of Dhara. Now, Dhara is not a stream that flows like a liquid. It is a stream of energy that flows through every light, every bulb, and every heart and mind at the same time. When we jammed with the team at Tata Power, we came up with a metaphor for energy that we are proud to present to you for the first time ever. This is the live premiere of the song Vidyut Dhara, composed by Swaratma in collaboration with Tata Power. This is for you. This is Vidyut Dhara.
ओ विद्युत धारा जीवन तू ही सारा हो विद्युत धारा जीवन तू ही ही सारा, दिन का तू जाला, रातों का सितारा, बहती तू नदी है, तू ही है किनारा। ओ धारा तू आई कहाँ से, ओ धारा तू आई कहाँ से, ओ धारा तू आई कहाँ से। ओ सारे जीवन की सुरभि, ओ मेरे पुरखों की पुरखी, ओ सारे जीवन की सुरभि, ओ मेरे पुरखों की पुरखी। ओ धारा तू आई कहाँ से, जंगल से आई, पहाड़ों से आई, नदियों से आई, कछारों से आई, आग से आई, अंगारों से आई, सूरज से आई, सितारों से आई। अंधियारों या उजियारों से आई, बांधों की ऊंची दीवारों से आई। क्या तू हवा के गुब्बारों से आई, या फिर गगन की मीनारों से आई। ओ धारा तू आई कहाँ से, ओ धारा तू आई कहाँ से, ओ धारा तू आई कहाँ से। तूने दुनिया जगाई, घर घर में ज्योति आई, सपनों ने ली अंगड़ाई हो। मुश्किल जो हमको कल थे, हमने वो तेरे बल से पर्वत देखे पिघलते। तेरे वरदान से तो हमने ज्ञान पाए, तूने उड़ान दी तो फिर हम ये जान पाए, हम सब है एक जैसे क्यों, सब में ही दौड़ती है तू। ओ धारा तू आई कहाँ से, ओ धारा तू आई कहाँ से, ओ धारा तू आई कहाँ से, ओ धारा तू आई। हम सब एक जैसे क्यों, कहाँ से, सब में ही दौड़ती है तू आई। हम सब एक जैसे क्यों, सब में ही दौड़ती है।
Thank you very much. That was Vidyudhara. For the first time ever, we've been working on this track now for so long, and it finally feels an absolute delight to be able to share it with the world. We're going to play for you a few more songs that talk about the way we feel about the world, but we cannot do it if you sit like well-behaved first bench people. So, the next few minutes, we are going to slowly unravel a side of your personalities that we hope exists just beneath the very civilized exterior. Are you ready for a rock show? I think we can do better. इस गाने का नाम है पत्ते सारे, and the reason is, in the quest for development, let us remember that we must keep our roots strong, For if they are not, the first gust of breeze will blow away all the leaves. इस गाने का नाम है पत्ते सारे.
1, 2, 1, 2, 3. कहती है क्या तुझको बढ़ती दीवारें, कहती है क्या तुझको बढ़ती दीवारें, आईने में दिखते चेहरे अनजाने, जड़ से कटा हुआ पेड़ है तू, उड़ जाएंगे तूफान में पत्ते सारे. कहती है क्या तुझको बढ़ती दीवारें, आईने में दिखते चेहरे अनजाने, जड़ से कटा हुआ पेड़ है तू, उड़ जाएंगे तूफान में पत्ते सारे. खेला जिस आंगन में तू, जिस आंगन में तू खेला रे, जिस आंगन में तू खेला रे, खेला जिस आंगन में तू हो गया पराया वो क्यों, खेला जिस आंगन में तू हो गया पराया वो क्यों, पूछे तुझसे अपनी वो पहचान, क्यों थे खामोश और हुए अनजान, जड़ से कटा हुआ पेड़ है तू, उड़ जाएंगे तूफान में पत्ते सारे. झूला जिस डाली से तू जिस डाली से तू झूला रे,
झूला 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 जिस डाली से झूला जिस डाली से तू फांसी का फंदा वो क्यों झूला जिस डाली से तू फांसी का फंदा वो क्यों जिस मिट्टी को तू नहीं सींचा क्यों रूठी रंग है क्यों फीका जड़ से कटा हुआ पेड़ है तू उड़ जाएंगे तूफान में पत्ते सारे कहती है क्या तुझको बढ़ती दीवारें आईने में दिखते चेहरे अनजाने कहती है क्या तुझको बढ़ती दीवारें आईने में दिखते चेहरे अनजाने जड़ से कटा हुआ पेड़ है तू उड़ जाएंगे तूफान में पत्ते सारे All right, ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you a story of what we did last summer. You may not know what we did last summer, but you will now. So we went on a tour of 8 Indian cities, but instead of powering the show with diesel generators, we did it with a battery-operated renewable energy power pack that traveled with us over 8 cities. And 2 of the people that made this happen are right here. There is Harish Hande of Selco Foundation, and there are the people at Tata Power that gave us the clean energy to run it. And at the end of it, we realized that this earth indeed can become a paradise if we so choose. And so this song about the earth becoming paradise, one of outrageous optimism in this new cycle that we live in, is dedicated to all the change makers that got awarded right this evening. Give it up for the change makers, everybody, come on. And may I request you to perform something unthinkable. And for the change makers, for the spirit of doing things the sustainable way, rise up out of your seats, rise anti-gravity, and step this way if you will please, so that this becomes more of a performance and less of a panel discussion. ಹಾರೈಸುವಂತೆ ಹಾಡು ನೀ ಸ್ನೇಹ ಪ್ರೀತಿ ಹಾರೈಸುವಂತೆ ಹಾಡು ಈ ಭೂಮಿ ಸ್ವರ್ಗ ಆಗುತ್ತಿದೆ ನೋಡು ಈ ಭೂಮಿ ಸ್ವರ್ಗ ಆಗುತ್ತಿದೆ ನೋಡು ನೀ ಸ್ನೇಹ ಪ್ರೀತಿ ಹಾರೈಸುವಂತೆ ಹಾಡು ನೀ ಸ್ನೇಹ ಪ್ರೀತಿ ಹಾರೈಸುವಂತೆ ಹಾಡು
see how many of you can sing tonight. How many of you sung in Kannada ever? Kannada, anyone? Anyone sung in Kannada? Oh, one person. Oh, okay. The rest of you, today will be the first time. It's the first time for everything. So let me hear you sing some Kannada. I'm going to say "Ee bhoomi swarga" and you'll say "Agutide nodu." All right? Agu tide nodu. Agutide nodu. See, to sing, first you have to move your lips a little bit. Then the voice will come. Let's try this. Come on. Ee bhoomi swarga. भाई हम बैंगलोर से आए हैं इतने दूर दिल्ली, थोड़ा तो एनर्जी दो यार. एनर्जी कंजर्व कर दिया बहुत, थोड़ा यूज भी करो. ई भूमि स्वर्गा, ई भूमि स्वर्गा. Let's do this one last time for love and peace. ई भूमि स्वर्गा, ई भूमि स्वर्गा. ದ್ವೇಷಕ್ಕೆ ಭವಿಷ್ಯವಿಲ್ಲ. ಭೂಮಿ ಸ್ವರ್ಗ ಆಗುತ್ತಿದೆ ನೋಡು, ಈ ಭೂಮಿ ಸ್ವರ್ಗ ಆಗುತ್ತಿದೆ ನೋಡು. ಈ ಸ್ನೇಹ ಪ್ರೀತಿ ಹಾರೈಸುವಂತೆ ಹಾಡು, ಈ ಸ್ನೇಹ ಪ್ರೀತಿ ಹಾರೈಸುವಂತೆ ಹಾಡು.
की गड़गड़ाहट को. बहुत हो गया अंग्रेजी में बकार बकार. अभी हमको समझ में आ रहा है कि हमारी जनता हम तक क्यों नहीं पहुंच पा रही है. और उसकी वजह यह है कि अगर स्टेज दिल्ली है तो हम गाजियाबाद में बजा रहे हैं. तो इसीलिए आप सबसे दरख्वास्त है कि तनिक हमारे पास आने का प्रयत्न करें, कष्ट करें. जी हाँ मैडम जी, आप सबसे बात कर रही हैं. 10 कदम आगे लीजिए. बहुत बढ़िया, फर्स्ट क्लास. इनके लिए जोरदार तालियां. और आप सब लोग जो बैठ के सूट पहन के ये नाड़ा लटका के बहुत बढ़िया लग रहे हैं आज, एकदम खूबसूरत. अभी अब समय आ गया है कि आप सबको सुनाएं एक कहानी. ये हमारे वासु बाबू की है. और ये गए रहा एक ठो गांव में और वहां कर बैठे मुखिया के लौंडिये से प्यार. और जैसे तैसे खप पंचायत से जान बचा के ताज पैलेस में शरण लिए हैं आप लोग. बीच में बबुआ तनिक बजाई के मनोरंजन शुरू करो. देखो मैडम जी क्या
तन्ना ना 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 ने अप्पा. सुनो रे सुनो सारे हे राजा और राज दुलारे. सुनो रे सुनो सारे हे राजा और राज दुलारे. जन्नत है प्यार के द्वारे, प्यार के रंग है सुहाने. सुनो रे रे सारे, सुनो रे सारे, राजा और राज दुलारे, प्यार के रंग है सुहाने, जन्नत है प्यार के द्वारे, प्यार के रंग है सुहाने। अरे ऋषि बाबू, एक काम वाम छोड़ के कहाँ आ गए इधर तुम डांस करने?
यही काम है।
नाचना गाना तुम्हारा काम है?
बिल्कुल।
अरे तुम तो हमारे जैसे हो। अरे कोई तो बताए इसको कि दाना है कहाँ? नजरों का तीर खोले दिल का झरोका, नजरों का तीर खोले रे दिल का झरोका रे, नजरों का तीर खोले दिल का झरोका, नजरों का तीर खोले दिल का झरोका, प्यार का झोंका है या माया धोखा, प्यार का झोंका है या माया धोखा, कोई तो दिखाए इसको। अरे भैया सेल्फी वेल्फी छोड़ो, ये बताओ कि तुम कहाँ से हो?
मैं क्रेडेंस सोलर से हूँ।
अरे जगह से बोलो यार, कंपनी का नाम तुम प्रमोट मत करो यार। कहाँ से हो, कौन सी जगह से हो बोलो?
हम यूपी से हैं भाई।
अरे यूपी से है भैया।
कौन जगह से?
आप काम करने जाते हो कि वर्क फ्रॉम होम में हो?
दोनों ही कर लेते हैं जब मौका मिलता है जैसा।
तो जब काम करने जाते हो, आप बताओ आपकी नजर किस पे होती है?
शर्मा गए।
आज मेरी नौकरी छुड़वाओगे भैया लग रहा है।
अरे कोई तो बताए इसको, नजारा है कहाँ? जुल्फों में खुशबू, गाल पे दिल था।
दाहिने गाल पे की बात।
जुल्फों में खुशबू, गाल पे दिल था।
जुल्फों में खुशबू, गाल पे दिल था।
पहली नजर में हाल दिल था।
पहली नजर में हाल दिल था।
कोई तो बताए मुझको। अरे बहना, हम तुम्हारे पास आ रहे हैं, तुम दूर दूर भाग रही हो। तुम ऑफिस में भी ऐसे ही सीरियस रहती हो का?
नहीं।
तो अभी क्यों डर रही हो? अरे कोई तो बताए मुझको, कहाँ है जाने जा। सुनो सारे राजा और राज दुलारे, सुनो सारे राजा और राज दुलारे, जन्नत है प्यार के द्वारे, प्यार के रंग है सुहाने। सुनो रे सारे, सुनो रे सारे राजा और राज दुलारे, प्यार के रंग है सुहाने, थे प्यार के द्वारे, प्यार के रंग है सुहाने। गुनगुना रे प्यार के रंग, गुनगुना रे भाई, जन्नत है सस्टेनेबिलिटी के संग रे। है गुनगुना रे, हाँ गुनगुना रे, हाँ गुनगुना रे भाई रे। Come on, delay. Let me hear you scream.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very, very much indeed. A big shout out to team at Tata Power, Himal, Rishi, Jyoti, and Shweta for partnering us through this journey of being a part of your efforts towards community and sustainability. We are but storytellers of the tale that you are weaving with the people of this organization and its network over here. Thank you very much also to Network18, CNBC, and everybody here that has helped us put this together. This is Swaratma signing off at SIAFest2025. Thank you and good night.
Can we have the sound back on the mic, please?
Check. छात्रगण कृपया ध्यान दें, सिलेबस के हिसाब से अध्यापकों ने पूरी पोर्शन कर दी है कंप्लीट। लेकिन अगर छात्रगण को एक्स्ट्रा क्लास की जरूरत हो, so if that is the case, then we will need some cheers to bring the band back if we're serious about it. Well, now that we are playing the song for the second time, chances are that you might enjoy it even more.
चलो थोड़ा ज्यादा फुटेज मिल जाएगा।
All right, this is Odhara, or as we like to call it, Vidyudhara. Are you ready to sing with us this time? Let's go.
विद्युत धारा जीवन तू ही सारा हो विद्युत धारा जीवन तू ही सारा दिन का तू जाला रातों का सितारा बहती तू नदी है तू ही है किनारा ओ धारा तू आई कहाँ से ओ धारा तू आई कहाँ से ओ धारा तू आई कहाँ से ओ सारे जीवन की सुरभि ओ मेरे पुरखों की पुरखी ओ सारे जीवन की सुरभि ओ मेरे पुरखों की पुरखी ओ धारा तू आई कहाँ से जंगल से आई पहाड़ों से आई नदियों से आई कछारों से आई आग से आई अंगारों से आई सूरज से आई सितारों से आई अंधियारों या उजियारों से आई बांधों की ऊंची दीवारों से आई क्या तू हवा के गुब्बारों से आई या फिर गगन के मीनारों से आई ओ धारा तू आई कहाँ से ओ धारा तू आई कहाँ से ओ धारा तू आई कहाँ से तूने दुनिया जगाई घर घर में ज्योति आई सपनों ने ली अंगड़ाई हो मुश्किल जो हमको कल थे हमने वो तेरे बल से पर्वत देखे पिघलते हो तेरे वरदान से ही तो हमने ज्ञान पाए तूने उड़ान दी तो फिर हम ये जान पाए हम सब एक जैसे क्यों सब में ही दौड़ती है तू ओ धारा तू आई कहाँ से 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 हम सब एक जैसे क्यों तू सब में ही दौड़ती है तू आई कहाँ से हम सब एक जैसे क्यों सब में ही दौड़ती है तू
That was exhilarating. Can I match that energy now? I am really confused. I can't do that. Big boots to fill. Thank you so much, Swaratma. Ladies and gentlemen, huge round of applause. This was an absolutely stirring performance, and we can see that right here. Very close to the stage, a perfect crescendo to an evening that has celebrated purpose, partnership, and progress. Thank you to each one of you, our guests, partners, and change makers, for being a part of this unforgettable journey tonight. Together, we've not only spoken about sustainability, but truly felt its rhythm in every story, every conversation, and every note of the music we just heard. As you step out towards the dining area, we invite you to pause and experience the solar roof design space, a glimpse into a tomorrow where every rooftop becomes a source of pride, power, and progress. It is a living vision of how technology, community, and creativity can come together to turn everyday spaces into engines of change, where sustainability isn't just a choice, it's a lifestyle. And before you leave, do visit the Anokha Dhaga Wall, a tribute to women's empowerment and local craftsmanship. For intricate handlooms to handcrafted decor, every price and piece tells a story of resilience and self-reliance. A reminder that when progress includes everyone, it becomes truly meaningful and powerful. On behalf of Tata Power and Network 18, thank you for being a part of this movement, for believing that together we can make clean energy not just a dream, but a daily reality. Until we meet again, let's carry this spirit forward in our homes, our work, and our choices, proving that sustainable is attainable. Good night, and thank you.